We've got nothing else to do. Why don't I tell you a story? Sorry I'm late, Nilu.
Oh, Dunyarzad. It was taking you so long that I assumed you got trapped at home. Uh-oh. But if Dia's here, that means you got caught, right?
You could say that, but everything worked out. She's on our side now.
Oh. And...
Oh, meet the Traveler and Paimon, my two newest friends. They're visitors who just arrived as...
So you're followers from another land? That's wonderful. You two absolutely mustn't miss the Sabzeruz festival. By the way, Dunyarzad, we've already...
You're very welcome. It's the only thing I could do.
Probably? But don't sweat it. We've already...
Wow!
Not bad. Last time I was here,
The stairs were nothing. A little while ago, we discovered that the tree above the stage had a huge chunk of bark ready to fall off. Mr. Zubair was worried sick. We reported it to the academia many times, but they never sent anyone to deal.
Oh, probably because it was the theater asking.
The academia looks down on performers like us. We can't let that happen, though. Not only would everyone involved in the theater thank the Dendro Archon for Dunyarzad, but the more she gave us, the stage is going to be even prettier when it's festival time. I can't
wait to see you on the stage. You've been practicing so long already. It's almost time for your dream to be...
It's our dream. I'll do my best for the...
Nilu, what are you gonna be doing at the festival?
She'll be dancing the dance of Sabzeruz, the most important performance at the Sabzeruz festival.
Dunyarzad, have you told him the origin of this holiday?
I only told them about the Greater Lord and Lesser Lord so far.
Okay. Then I'll tell you two about how this holiday according to legend. The Sabzeruz festival was originally the Goddess of Flowers' birthday celebration a long, long time ago. On one of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's birthdays, her friends, some of the gods got drunk. One started playing music as she danced upon the grass. Countless beautiful parisaras, those brilliant purple flowers, became her dazzling stage. All the gods clamored, "Oh, Of course they did. When people mention the gods, although they aren't around anymore, they're preserved in our tradition of dance. Though we're just tiny people compared to the divine, we still have to do our best to...
Nilu, you of all people will definitely be able to convey our well wishes to the Dendro Archon.
They symbolize the goddess of flowers, after all.
Yeah. The Greater Lord brought forth Patisaras in memory of the goddess of flowers. But she ultimately could...
Thinking about the goddess of flowers dance makes me wish I could have seen if my stage were anything like that. So, Traveler and Paimon?
All of Lesser Lord Kusanali's followers will be there for her birthday.
Ooh, Paimon thinks that's a great idea! Hey, come on! There's nothing wrong with enjoying a festival. Besides, it's Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday!
So how about we all attend the Sabzeruz festival together?
Dunyarzad, let me show you which everyone at the Grand Bazaar loves Lesser Lord Kusanali. And we're all looking...
In that case, we'll take a look... Whoa! Did you know that the Sabzeruz...
Things are really Don't be fooled into thinking that Sumeru City, and when it comes to musicians...
Dancing at the Sabzeruz as a child. I even asked my grandma. The Sabzeruz festival has...
your outfit looks amazing. There's a...
I thought I'd...
Wow, did you sew all...
Uh-huh. Sewing is a fundamental skill for everyone in the... I've noticed that you can't keep your eyes off this crown. Of course.
Huh. Revamping the stage for the festival couldn't have been easy. I don't know much about the grand, but oh, and the perfume sold around here is a lot. I mean, that's.
Hey! Is that who Paimon thinks it is? It looks like Catherine. Huh. Come to think of it, Paimon's only ever seen her behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild. This is the first time we've ever seen her taking a break. Hey, Catherine!
Huh? Oh, hey! It's the Traveler and Paimon!
Whoa. Break time Catherine sure sounds a lot less formal than usual. Paimon was still waiting.
Sure. Standing behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild doesn't work, but saying and doing the same old things over and over again can get pretty monotonous. But take you two, for example. You...
Well, we enjoy traveling across Teyvat and all that, but we're mainly...
Yes, you should keep searching. Sometimes the answers we're looking...
Huh. Haven't we heard someone say something pretty similar recently?
No, not particularly. Oh...
All right, we'll see you next time at the Adventurers Guild. Oh, by the way...
I'm sure you two will get along well with the people here. You've already...
There's something really different about Catherine today.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon.
Oh, hey, Dia.
I've got something to tell ya. My lady knows you're looking for ways to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali, and she's been trying to...
Are you serious? We'd love that.
It might not necessarily pan out, so don't get your hopes up too much. My lady is feeling a little...
Sounds like a plan. Let's head over to the Citadel of Rexar and wait for Dia.
Sorry, I'm late. It took some convincing for the master and mistress to believe that Miss Dunier's... Anyway, I guess I should be thanking you. I haven't seen Miss Dunierzad that happy in a...
You sure sound a whole lot nicer than when we first met, Dia. Who would have thought you had such a soft spot?
It's called being a professional. I'm a bodyguard, and I work...
Look, Dia's black.
Listen, you two. I don't expect to be working for Miss Dunierzad very long, but I hope to finish things on a positive note if possible. Let's cut the chit-chat and head into the Citadel. We'll see... Oh, hey, Chief.
Ha, Dia! What are you doing here?
I take it you all know each...
We met this morning after the adventures.
No kidding. Huh. So, where's Rukshah?
Rookshaw's gone over to the Academia. The Grand Sage recently ordered... Since you've already mentioned the theft, I suppose...
Appreciate it, Chief.
Theft? Sorry, what?
Just recently, the Academia lost something, and there's a chance the item is connected.
I suppose that's one way to look at it. But if you ask me, let me fill you in. The Academia recently sent a convoy to pick up an imp. The Grand Sage took the whole matter very seriously. Not only did he dispatch the Matra...
You two have heard of Port Ormos, haven't you? It's the largest commercial port in all of Sumeru. The Academia's grip isn't long enough to reach all the way to Port Ormos, so the city's a little more laid back. meaning the population.
Apparently, what was lost has a great deal to do with the Akasha, knowledge. If you're interested, maybe you could head to Port Ormos and ask around yourselves.
Are you serious, Chief? All the academia students are in Sumeru City, you know. Why should they pretend to be
If you're also...
Count me out. I've got plenty of work to do here. And take it from me. If you two really do decide to visit Port Ormos, there are even some extremists who go around shouting slogans like, "Retake Sumeru!"
You bet they are.
Not everyone's like you, Chief. Even well, Traveler, that's a...
Thanks, Dia! And you too, Osfond! Since we've gathered all we could for the moment in Sumeru City, let's head to Port Ormos and see what we can find next!
Miss Dunyarzad is looking forward to seeing you both at the Sub-Zerus Festival. So, good. Then we'll see you both at the Sub-Zerus Festival.
Come and have a good look yourself. Traditional spices of the highest.
You've got a deal.
Believe me, I'm not making this up. Several Eremite mercenary groups are near.
Wow! Talk about hurly-burly! This place is... Ooh. We know that whatever the Academia lost is... Osfund Paimon doesn't get it. Won't we look even more suspicious going around saying we're Academia's? Well, given all the people that come through here every day...
Welcome. Welcome.
Hi there. We would like to ask you...
Of course. Many people often talk about how hard it is to get accepted into the academia. Sure, we may not be Sumeru. You see over there? Those are students from the academia. They've been looking worried and miserable ever since they got here. If you ask me, the...
Those...
It's no good.
There's been a lot of fighting between the different Eremite factions in Port Ormos. Especially the group that's constantly shouting some stuff about King Deshret and some resurrection.
They're called Ain el Akhmar. Today...
Wait, come again?
Don't you see? Many of the Eremites in Port Ormos, they're usually pretty wary of outsiders, but not so with students of the I've heard that Ain el Akhmar likes to set up shop at the Jafar Tavern. Supposedly, if you're willing...
Wait, did you say 500,000? If information...
I wouldn't worry too much. Our field of research is very niche.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Then the only thing left for us now is to find a way in.
Whoa! Did you hear that? A niche field of research? And shady knowledge? It all sounds pretty suspicious. So, what's your plan? Wait! Didn't you hear what they just said? Buying information is going to cost us 500,000 mora! Have you lost your mind? Oh, This is the place we heard those students talking about. Let's find a seat somewhere and see if we can spot the group they mentioned.
Oh, you've arrived. Please, take a seat.
So, they think that they can go toe-to-toe?
They're nothing to be afraid of. Our main rival now.
How can the Caracal Battalion compete with the boss when they're nothing but a bunch of money-grubbing
Yeah, with boss's fervent devotion.
Huh. All these guys talk about is King Desh.
Greater Lord Ruka Devata. That traitor and her followers must not be spared. The day will come when King Deshret exacts vengeance on Sumeru, and all of them shall be punished.
Yeah, Paimon was wondering what they meant too. We should...
Huh? Who are you? What do you want? A student? What's a student from Sumeru City doing in Port Ormos? Ah, well, if it's info you want, you've come to the right place. The question is, can you afford it?
Paimon can't stand to see so much more.
Here, this is the merchant's address. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it there. Hmm? Well, what are you waiting for?
Oh, that's right! We heard you mention King Deshret just now. We're actually interested...
Fine. Since you've already handed over the Mora, I guess I can throw in a little extra info. As you can see, members of Ain al-Ahmar are... Years ago, King Deshret founded the great desert nation that was our homeland. It was King Deshret was the rightful god of wisdom. But
So, you...
Greater Lord Ruka Devata, furthermore, she conspired with the... But the story doesn't end, mark my words. If what I'm saying makes you shiver with fear, it might not be too late for you to become a believer of King Deshret. I don't have anything to say to you academia people about that. I think this conversation has reached its...
Not just yet. This man is a fraud.
Huh?
You again? Deranged academia lunatic.
Yes, it's me again. I already warned you that if you weren't willing to sit and discuss things with me, Listen to me. That address he gave you is fake. Or at least, you won't find a merchant once you show up. They keep—
Hey! Shut it all, Hatham! What are you playing at, trying to ruin our business like this, hmm?
I told you the other day. I wish to discuss my—
Ha! The boss made it—
Yes, and in no uncertain—
I'm warning you. Don't—
If you're suggesting that we escalate this from a verbal exchange to— If, on the other hand, we can't— I will jeopardize the Eremite's reputation, which I am quite confident that if I begin— Also, a word of advice.
What?
Consider this.
This guy is really out of his mind.
Okay, then. If you really have a death wish, let's meet a week from today. The pier in front of the Pharos Lighthouse, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, sharp. Don't expect us to hold back.
Not so fast. First, you return the 500,000 Mora to them.
Please, I beg you, don't provoke them. We can't afford any trouble with this crowd. They haven't even paid for their food.
Ah, Mr. Iman. There appears to be fewer staff in the restaurant recently. Someone who chooses to do business with a group like that really can't afford to get so flustered the instant someone confronts them about it. Consider the meal compensation for our silence. I'd say you're getting an excellent deal.
Whoa, did you see that? He not only got us our Mora back, but sent the Emirites running too! Plus, he seems to know a... He went that way! After him! How can there be Wait up! It's Al-Hatham, right?
What do you want? No need for thanks. My goal was to get to them. Oh, I advise you to keep your... All right. Goodbye.
Hold your horses! We still have something to... Since you tore through their scam right in front of...
Who exactly are you two? And why are you inquiring? A student. Right. Look, you should know that those thugs conducting business with you had nothing to do with your lie. She doesn't even have a vision.
Maybe not, but she can still use elemental energy. Otherwise, there's no... Those high-headed thugs are definitely gonna bring a lot of...
All right. We'll reconvene at the appointed time.
So...
You were willing to part with 500,000 Mora for something and you didn't... Look, if you've been...
We know it's connected to the academia somehow, and that not only do the Eremites deal in it, but...
You know almost everything there. This is what you've been looking for.
Huh? Paimon can't tell what it is.
This is a knowledge capsule. To put it simply, anyone who links it to their personal Akasha terminal instantly becomes privy to its contents. Correct. Anyone. Unlike the Akasha,
That's,
it's essentially a convenient and harmless vestibule for knowledge. Unfortunately, it's illegal in Sumeru to privately possess. They were created as a means for scholars to transfer knowledge gained from Irminsul into the Akasha. But despite strict regulations, some of these knowledge capsules will always escape destruction. Over the past century, a wide variety of canned knowledge has been leaked from the academia. Meanwhile, those which the... Well, I think that about sums it up. Oh, so that's your true objective. With our current arrangement, you're still resolved. Let's continue our conversation here. If you wish to learn more about the knowledge capsule that the Academia lost, then you must help me with something. I need you to find someone named Dory, a traveling merchant. Unlike the peddlers who hawk inferior knowledge capsules, she often has quality goods in stock. Some say that as long as there is profit to be made, there is nothing she won't dare to sell. She's guarded against people from the Academia because I think she blacklisted me. Become one of Dory's customers and earn her trust. This is my condition for further collaboration.
Why do you want us to meet with her?
Until you complete this task, you don't have question privileges.
Fine.
You two are outlanders who haven't been here for long, so Dory should view you as safe clients. I'll give you the informant's address and their contact. Beyond the password, though, I have no way of knowing what other tricks she might...
This is kind of nerve-wracking.
The true challenge begins after you meet her. She has a keen nose for Mora and a shrewd... I'll prepare some funds for you. Buy her...
What? We only just saw a knowledge capsule for the first time! We don't...
That's true. Have you two heard of elemental sight? Oh? That's a surprise. Here are 2 knowledge capsules. Tell me, can you detect any difference in their quality?
They look the same to Paimon.
Try inspecting them with elemental sight.
How'd it go? Did you see anything?
Rumor has it that higher quality knowledge capsules generally appear brighter when viewed through elemental sight. That's because knowledge originates from Irminsul, the root of Dendro power itself. However, some canned knowledge with a high concentration of using elemental sight is merely a stopgap measure.
That sounds pretty impressive.
Here's a sheet with the informant's location and contact password, and here is the Mora for purchasing. Don't be cheap. You'll need to spend to catch Dory's eye. And be sure to
Matra?
The Matra are razor sharp. You're in for nothing good if they lock their sights onto you. If you two want to back out, now's the time. Okay, then we have a deal.
Looking at what Alhaitham wrote, Dory's informant is a traitor near Old Ormos. Let's follow these instructions and try to get in contact with him.
Hello. What are you two looking to buy?
Wait, are you sure you're remembering that right? Paimon doesn't think it was that on the paper.
What a unique palette.
Following the paper got us past the first round.
Roanoke, these two...
Got it. You two, please follow me. You two have a fascinating fashion sense.
Hold on. Let me think. Sumeru Rose means common merch. No, look again. We're obviously wearing mourning flowers.
Ah, my mistake. I do apologize.
Whew. That pop quiz sure was scary.
Ah, the warehouse is up ahead. Please follow me. Before I retrieve your products, I need to confirm a few things. Please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice.
Hold on. That's not right.
I'm sorry. But as things currently stand, we won't be able to...
He's cautious of us. Let's take a closer look.
Before I retrieve your products, I need... Please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice. Thanks. If better goods come in, you'll be the... You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
Yep, that's the right answer. But eating hara fruit that makes...
Would you like your hara fruits to be packaged in the Sumeru City or Port Ormos style? I'm guessing that you're going for a more traditional packaging.
Wait a sec. Sumeru City style means we're only buying a few things. It won't take us to...
I'm sorry. But as things currently stand...
He's cautious of us. Let's take a...
Before I retrieve your... Please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice. Thanks. You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
Yep, that's the right answer. But eating hara fruit that...
Would you like your hara fruits to be packaged in the Sumeru City or Port Ormos style? Wow, you two sure are generous customers. We'll be sure to package your products beautifully. Okay. Everything has been confirmed. Miss Dory is waiting for you up at... Shoot! It's the Matra! Run!
What? The Matcha? Where? Al-Haytham said we're done for if they catch us. We gotta get out of here. We don't know this area, so let's follow that informant. He ran that way! Look, he's over there!
Hey! If you're hiding from the Rishbaland tiger, come this way!
Another password! Huh? Oh, that...
Here, over here. You can stop running now.
So you were the one who was calling out to us just now. But, are we definitely gonna be safe here?
These two good customers wish to buy some horror fruit, Miss Dory. And if there's nothing else, I'll just excuse myself.
Oh, very good.
Huh? Wait, you're Dory? Paimon sure thought you...
Hey, what are you trying to say, Princess Pea-Brain? I can be scary enough when I need to be, believe you me. But it seems you two have actually done pretty well so far. Not only did you manage to find...
Paimon's not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment.
I can't risk doing business with people who start huffing and puffing after just a few paces. So that's why it's your first time here. But don't worry, as long as you have lots of round, shiny Mora, then we're all good. Ah, yes, of course, of course.
Wow, she has a trove of canned knowledge. Whew. She'd probably be in serious trouble.
What kind of products do you seek, my dear customers? Don't worry, take this one for example. An analysis of the sociological ideology and dialectics of the Hilichurls.
Yeesh, who would want to be an expert in that topic?
Or how about the architect? With this one, you can become an expert in historic architecture preservation.
Ooh, now this sounds like it could be useful.
2 million Mora, and it... Whoa! Of course, you are free to pick whatever your heart's desire. The contents and price of each knowledge...
All right, let's try the method that Al-Haytham mentioned.
Ah, you've really got a good...
We'll take these, please and thank you.
My, oh my! You are blessed with a taste for both the exquisite and... Listen, I have a special offer for you.
Say what now? Hey, did you hear that? Spend another 100K and we get a capsule worth a whole million! But all the canned knowledge we just bought is... Think about it. We've gone to all this trouble to get this. Aren't you even the least bit curious about how this whole canned knowledge thing works? We're talking instant knowledge here. Don't you want to try it yourself? Come on, come on. We still have around 100,000 of Al-Haytham's Mora left. So let's put it to good use by finding something useful for you.
Excellent! Then please, select for...
Hold on a second. Paimon thought we could choose whatever we...
Oh, but my dear customer, the knowledge capsules over here are worth 1 million more.
Oh, Paimon has a bad feeling about this. Let's use Elemental Sight again to check these. So, what did you see? So, they're all worth about the same amount? Well, anyway, the mora's already been spent, so let's at least try to find something useful. Let Paimon take a look here. An introduction to tradition. Not sure we'd ever find volumes 1 through 7, but at least this knowledge should be useful, right? Let's go with this one. Dory, we'll take this one.
All right, very good.
Our dealings with Dory went smoothly enough. Let's head to Wakala Funduk and meet up with Alhaitham. Hopefully now he'll finally tell us about what the Academia lost.
Ha! You two made it. And from the look.
Whoa, there's so many people from the Academia here. Why would you pick this place as our meetup spot?
Well, Wakela Funduk is under the Academia's control, so naturally the
You're a pretty daring guy.
Relax. No one here is interested in anything we say, and the Matcher won't come here.
Okay, we did what you asked. So, can you tell us about the knowledge capsule that the Academia...
Before that, I have to ask. Why are you two so intent on tracking it down? You don't have to answer, of course.
Yeah, she just wants to meet the God of Wisdom and ask her about something important. When we heard that the Academia had lost something...
In that case, you're on. A short while ago, the Academia lost a knowledge capsule in the desert.
Wow, there's really such a thing as that? Hey, if we find it, do you think we could learn how to meet the Dendro Archon? Ooh, or even how to find your brother?
I highly doubt it has any mystical properties, but it does indeed exist. And it's right here, in Port Ormos.
So, where exactly?
That's what we need to find out next. I won't deny that. I am investigating because I'm curious as to what the Divine Knowledge Capsule truly is. As you know, the Eremites in Port Ormos also have their eyes on it. It is an extremely precious item. The knowledge contained within may bring great power or wealth to whoever has it in their possession. Several brigades have been vying for ownership of it as of late, but there is still no victor. My personal finances and connections cannot compete with those of the Eremites. I agreed to forego however,
they adamantly believe that the Divine Knowledge Capsule contains King Deshret's power, and that he will return to this world when they obtain it. They refuse to let anyone from the Academia...
So you kept hounding them because they refused to cooperate with you?
Yes. Ain al-Ahmar isn't exactly wealthy, but its members are determined to get... So, I've been sabotaging their business to force them into The Divine Knowledge Capsule should be up for a secret auction within the next few days. To ensure the capsule's security and to... Unless I know whose hands the Dory is the most reliable source of information, but that avenue was
In other words, you wanted us to befriend...
Yes, you can say that. But this arrangement harms The day after tomorrow, go back to Dory and try to purchase information on the Divine Knowledge. If I get the opportunity to study the Divine Knowledge Capsule, I will relay my findings to you. Will that suffice as compensation? Okay, then...
Alhaitham, before you go, we actually bought a knowledge capsule for...
You two want to try using a knowledge? Doing so right under the Academia's nose is a... All right. This place works.
Here.
Sword.
Really? Ah, yeah, what a great buy!
If you want to determine the efficacy of this capsule, I can evaluate your combat ability. We can conduct a controlled experiment where you fight 2 battles. One before. While you fight, we can use an Akasha terminal to monitor your various physical. There may be variances in your physical strength.
Wow! Hatham! You must have been one of those guys that, Paimon's curious about something, though. You definitely weren't one of those students who needed canned knowledge to graduate from the academia.
When you are unable to understand a researcher's actions, most cases.
Sounds like you're.
All right, let's begin the test. Just fight.
The fuse is lit!
Adventure time!
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
All right. I'll link your Akasha terminal. The next step is to use this hold it in your hand. I'll help you establish.
Hey, how are you feeling? You mean that it worked?
All right. Time for round 2.
By royal decree,
Rain outlines your fate. Huh?
time for a light show. Goldfish up down.
Now, I'll start recording data again.
Hatham, how's it going?
Well, the knowledge capsule you purchased did improve her combat capability. During the second fight,
Wait, how much? Dory's such a jerk! She totally scammed us! 1 million mora? This thing isn't worth a tenth of that amount!
of course, this could be because she is so powerful that the capsule's contents were unable to produce a substantial increase. At the very least, this test allowed me to gain more insight into you two. Our deal seems... I'm heading back to Ikela Funduk.
Let's see Dory today and ask her about where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is. Everyone hold hands. Hey!
Maybe I should get some earplugs.
Here, over here! Welcome back, my loyal patrons. What can I do for you this time? You name it. Can knowledge, supplies, or anything. Can you really get us anything? Aha! So it appears that canned knowledge alone is no longer sufficient for your opulent appetite. Then please oblige me. Tell me what you have in. Oh! I knew customers with pockets as deep as. But you know, after all, I had to work really hard to weasel my way into the auction site. But how can we be sure your information is accurate? Paimon's curious. Because to me, anything of value, as for the information's authenticity, well, you've no need to worry about that. I used a camera to take a picture of the transaction. That way, no one can dispute it. It's always a pleasure doing business with such sterling patrons. Now that you've paid in full, here's the scoop. The divine knowledge— Ein El Achmar? You mean the Eremites who worshipped King Deshret? Ah, so you're already from— The group has done everything in their power to obtain the Divine Knowledge Capsule. That Divine Knowledge Capsule is— The capsule is clearly visible in the picture I took. You can— Thanks for the info, Dory. Please, it's mine. Well, we figured out where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is. It turns out it ended up in the hands of Ein El Achmar. Let's head back and talk to Al-Haytham. Al-Haytham! We got the info you wanted!
Really? All right. Let's hear it.
Dory even gave us evidence to verify the—
Huh, look at that. Clear as day. It must have— All right. The person in this picture is— In which case, if we play our cards right, when we confront them next week, we should be able to force them to show their hand.
At first, Paimon didn't get why you were provoking these Ein El Achmar guys. But now, it sort of makes sense. Everything's playing right into your hands. After we defeat them, we can finally have a serious talk with their boss and get them to lend us the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Thank you for your time and efforts. Take a few days off while I make some preparations. Let's meet up again on the afternoon of the arranged date, 3 o'clock sharp. See you then.
Al-Haytham sure is taking his time. Where could he be? Oh, there he is.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head to the pier and
Yep, let's...
Al-Haytham. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't know you were crazy enough to actually show up.
It was I who demanded that these negotiations take place. This is turning into
Back up! Aren't you the brat from the restaurant the other day? You've come to support this lunatic because I'm not going to mince my words. Once we're done with you, you'll be nothing more than fish food. Get 'em, boys!
Uh-oh, here they come. Good luck, you two.
That's close enough.
With all my strength. Hyah! Rest and rebuild. Fly! I see everything.
All eyes on me.
Everyone hold hands. Go!
Academia scum! Boss! Finally! Did you use it? Great! Now we can... Boss? Boss! What's wrong?
What happened to him?
We have to cut his Akasha connection, now.
Target acquired! Arrest him!
Do not impede our work. Is that understood, Al-Haytham?
Of course. I was only trying to help.
Take him away!
World, forget me.
What in Tibet just happened?
It looks like he used the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
You mean the Divine Knowledge Capsule did that to him? Oh, yeah. You mean how some researchers go insane after getting...
I've heard of numerous incidents of researchers in Satyavada life going insane. The state that man is now in suggests that this Divine Knowledge Capsule... Did you hear what he said? World, forget me.
If the mantra took him away, then that means the Academia got the Divine Knowledge Capsule back, too. What a shame. Still, Paimon didn't expect the Divine Knowledge Capsule would be so dangerous. Imagine if we...
As things stand, there is no reason for me to remain in Port Ormos. I believe our...
Oh, we were so busy trying to find the Divine Knowledge Capsule that Paimon forgot to ask you something.
Truthfully, I don't. Lesser Lord Kusanali appears to exist outside of Sumeru's entire... Moreover, since the Academia possesses the Akasha...
Everything about Lesser Lord Kusanali is such a mystery.
I'm heading back to the Academia.
It's almost the day of the Sub-Zero's festival. Maybe we should head back too. We've been rushed off our feet over the past few days, so maybe a little rest and relaxation will do us good. Then we'll part ways here, Al-Haytham, until we meet again.
Now, do I deal with this thing first? Or should I produce the report that the higher-ups...
Sub-Zero's festival, right? Let's hurry and find Dunyarzad. Paimon thinks she must be around the Grand Bazaar, since she showed us around there last time. There she is! Dunyarzad, we're back!
Just as promised, Traveler and Paimon. I'm so glad that you two can. Indeed. The festival's.
There's no need to be nervous. Paimon's sure that Lesser Lord Kusanali will feel everyone's gratitude.
Thanks, Paimon. I hope that everyone who comes to the. Speaking of which, did.
Of course we went! A lot of things happened there.
I see. So, if there is another chance.
My lady, if you went to Port Ormos in your current state, we'd both be in for a lifetime of trouble.
Dia! You were eavesdropping.
It's called covert protection. Keeping an ear out for what's going.
It's alright, Dia. I merely said the festival's tomorrow. I've been doing nothing but causing trouble for you. So, Dia, please take some time to relax. I'll be fine.
Even when you put it that way, it still doesn't feel right.
Don't worry, my guardian knight.
Okay, fine, but only tonight. Tomorrow's a big day, and many no-good scumbags are gonna try to take advantage of that.
Oh, you two must be exhausted from your long journey back to the city. My apologies for not realizing this sooner. I've already prepared a room for you to rest. Please follow me.
Whoa, you're so thoughtful. Paimon's so ready.
I've got great food and great drinks that everyone can enjoy.
Here we are. It's also fairly close to where I've been staying.
It looks really
nice. Not at all. Just tell me more about your adventures when you next get the chance.
That's Paimon's specialty. Paimon can tell you stories.
Oh, if you don't mind, how about we all walk around together tomorrow? All of my friends will be working the festival, and Dia is still insisting on her covert protection.
Yeah, it'll be pretty hard to relax and enjoy the festival if...
Then let's meet at the nearby bazaar first thing tomorrow morning. Have a great night.
It's a deal. Good night, dude.
I may be too excited to fall asleep tonight.
Paimon's starting to really look forward to the Sub-Zero festival too. Will there be lots? Oh, no. Thinking about food is just gonna keep Paimon up all night. There. Did we oversleep? We should go meet Dunyarzad right away. Hey!
Traveler, Paimon, I've been waiting for you to.
Good morning, Dunyarzad. We must have overslept.
Not at all. Today is finally here.
You've worked so hard for this day. You gotta enjoy it to the full.
You know it. Well, shall we? Many vendors came out of the blue to support the event, and they insisted on covering costs themselves. Let's go give them some business.
They paid for everything out of pocket? Oh, sounds like they're not in this just for the Mora.
They all said that contributing to a lively festival atmosphere is more important than money. Especially since we don't often get to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Ooh, they're selling food over that way! Let's go!
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
Oh, you could tell straight away. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
Mushrooms, flowers, and all kind of fruit? It's all vegetarian stuff. So, what's the Haftmewa?
It's another Sub-Zero's festival tradition. People used to set, generally speaking, the most common selections are foods like Rukashava mushrooms, Nilopala lotuses.
So, the Sub-Zero festival is a vegetarian holiday?
You don't have to be a vegetarian to enjoy the spread.
Wait, but if that's the case, then wouldn't the Pyro Archon's festival be full of food like roasted... Oh, Traveler, we have to go to Natlanus...
I hope...
Thanks! Alright, how about we also check out some of these other stuff?
Dear customers, would you like to try your hand at alchemical...
What's alchemical divination? Those two things sound like...
Right? I thought the same when I first heard about it.
So, how does it...
It's quite simple. After you give me any 2 alchemical reagents...
Sure sounds random.
That is precisely what we need. After the transmutation fails, your one and only diviner here will
Well, according to Lesser Lord Kusanali, everything is interconnected. And all the...
Why does everything sound so much more...
So that's the true wisdom behind it. Okay, one moment.
Paimon wants to take a look too!
Generally speaking, the moon signifies... It means... Wait a moment.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, I remember now. It means...
Illusions and lies?
Yes, but this book says that if you trust...
He's not even trying to hide his book anymore.
Naturally, fate will only...
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting.
They say the Sub-Zero's festival was very lively a long, long time ago. Large flower carriages used to parade through the city. As they headed towards Port Ormos, people would throw flowers, candy, and liquor all along the way.
Dunyarzad's eyes are sparkling right now.
I wish I could have seen that spectacle. But if you ask me, I'm sure Nilu's dance of Sub-Zeros would be just as impressive.
Attention! Soldiers, fall into formation if you want any Yalda can.
It's a weird guy with a weird hat.
Hey, it's Dunyarzad!
Wow! In the few short days it took to prepare for the Sub-Zero's festival. Attention! All right, little soldiers. Take your Yalda...
Yes, Knight Ferris!
Just what is going...
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is another Sub-Zero's festival icon.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can...
As are we to you.
Oh, not at all. Oh, speaking of tradition, do you want some Yalda candies? They're a festival...
Whichever one.
That is the fun.
Ooh, those all sound...
And there's also Lizard Tail and...
Huh? What's up with the...
Onikabuto is a little spicy...
Dunyarzad, you tried them before? Traveler, it's all right.
I also believe in your intuition.
Great! These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want? Attention! That's unfortunate.
Oh, Paimon thought you survived so many epic battles because you had incredible...
The Sunsetia flavored candy was in box number 4. How about this? The most important thing is that everyone has a...
Really? Thanks a...
It's Night of Flowers, not Night of Candies.
Paimon...
Now, based basically sound the same. We got—
Oh, actually, I just remembered that I left something behind. Can you come with me to get it?
Dunyarzad, you probably forgot because you're—
We're too late. Who knew the little lady was such an early riser?
I know, right? Hey.
Oh, that most certainly is. We're in luck. She's walking right into our clutches.
Those Eremites don't look like they're up to any good.
Who are you? I don't believe the Homayanis hired you.
That's right. We haven't received any of their Mora, but I wonder how much the
They're a gang of kidnappers! Traveler, hurry and protect Dunyarzad!
Hey, did you scumbags even consider that the Homayanis might have hired a merc that outclasses you?
You're Dia! Dia the Flame Main! No wonder—
Don't speak so disrespectfully.
Don't worry about it, my lady. Just some friendly banter between mercs. One...
Aren't your claws—
Traveler, take Miss Dunyarzad to his...
No! We're gonna stay and help! There's too many of them!
Please be careful.
Don't waste your time worrying about...
Dunyarzad, are you okay? You look—
I'm fine. My body always
You sure you're okay?
I'll be fine after some rest. I'm more worried about Dia. After all, none of this—
Yeah! Don't worry.
My lady, Traveler, found ya.
Dia! You took care of them so fast!
Any more of them? Or rather, did anyone follow you?
Dia, your arm!
Oh, this? I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Normally, they wouldn't have been able to land a hit on me at all, but
Please, let me take a closer look.
Come on, it's nothing.
Hold on, you said something about a new greatsword. What happened to the one you were using before?
About that.
It can't be. The anonymous donation that was you.
Hey, Miss Dunyarzad, I wasn't trying.
Okay, making your employer cry won't affect your commission.
You're so...
Thank you very much, dear.
Don't be like that.
Are you feeling unwell again?
My lady, your condition...
Truly.
Are you feeling better, Dunyarzad?
Yes, much better. Just give me a few moments and I'll be good to go. I didn't realize you were concerned about it. I guess I shouldn't continue to keep it a secret. I was actually born with Elazar. It's terminal now.
Can't believe it's Elazar!
Oh, you've already heard of Elazar. In that case, you probably know about its Sumeru's current medical advancements still haven't been able to find a cure.
Dunyarzad.
There's no need to be sad. I've always lived with compared to the simple fact that I know that my family loves me dearly. Did you know? Before I read, since I was a child, all I could... I'm sure my family's worried and disappointed in me for running away, but I just didn't want to have any regrets. I wanted to meet other people. To me, there's not to mention the incredible times this way. When my final day does arrive, it will be less sorrowful. At the very least, many people will remember that I once existed in this world, right?
As long as you don't forget Paimon, Paimon also won't forget about you.
Thank you two so much. To be honest, Lesser Lord Kusanali gave me the courage to do all of this. If it weren't for her encouragement, I wouldn't have taken that first step. Thanks. There will always be frustrations. Oh, right. Isn't it almost time?
Huh?
Isn't the Dance of Sub-Zeros about to be? Nilu will recreate that, and with that, my wish will also...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go!
Yeah, we should...
Positions. Yeah.
Were you not aware that the law prohibits this type of performance from taking place with—
Over there! Someone's yelling at me!
I think I just saw the Academia's Grand Sage.
But the Dance of Sub-Zeros is one of the key parts of the
Sub-Zeros Festival. The law also prohibits the private hosting of large-scale If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation. The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency.
How did things turn out?
The Academia was originally responsible for the Sub-Zeros Festival, but they failed this responsibility for many years. I need to speak with them. This is a hard pill to swallow, but...
Art, dance. Our Archon created the utopia that is Sumeru City for all scholars who sought validity, verity, and truth, while people like you wish...
No. I believe that our Archon never rejected the arts. Even the Goddess of Flowers
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore. When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarb...
Understood. I will inform him.
The Sub-Zeros Festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Nilu, are you okay?
Oh, Dunyarzad. You also...
Yeah.
Let's go somewhere the Academia can't find us and perform there. But or we could get...
Nilu, it's all right.
But you've been looking forward to the Dance of Sub-Zero...
It's okay. Seeing you care this much about my feelings is more than enough. It would be too risky to continue the Sub-Zeros...
If you say so. But...
The next... Yes. Okay. It's a promise. It will be a smashing success.
I can't believe this is how things turned out. Those heartless geezers.
It really is okay. Still...
A lot happened today. Nilu and Dunyarzad promised to make the next Sub-Zeros festival
All connections have been secured to construct the most... The project has entered its most critical...
Oh! We're gonna be late! It's all because we should go meet Dunyarzad right away! Good morning, Dunyarzad. Sorry we're late.
Not at all.
You seem kinda tired.
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Sure! Everyone hold hands! Ooh, they're selling food over that way! Let's go take a look!
This is a stall offering foods from the...
You are quite well informed.
They're all plants! Actually, what?
It's one of the Sabzerus festival's traditions. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Den.
Remnants appear to be in the form of...
Really? Paimon thought it looked like some...
The moon signifies... It's escaping me for now.
Is he really looking at...
Oh, right. But if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
Understood. I'll keep...
Oh, it's nothing.
Guess that was still pretty interesting. So, where to next? Hey!
I hope the children are doing well.
I see everything.
Things can't go on like this.
All right, soldiers. Now that you have your Yalda
Yes, Knight Ferris! What's going on?
Ferris, the Knight of...
Oh, do you want some...
What's to pick? Don't these... Ooh, how...
And there's also lizard tail...
What? Traveler, help Paimon pick...
Great! These boxes of candy are numbered 1... Ah, excellently chosen. Number 4 is indeed Sunsetia.
Ha-ha! Paimon bet you had incredible luck, and Paimon... Huh? How's that possible? It's obviously random. Maybe we didn't sleep very well last night. Or maybe we slept too much.
Oh, sure.
Huh? Where are you going? You're just go... A feeling of... Oh, Paimon knows what that is. It's in that case, Paimon... So, why'd you run here in such a hurry? So that's it. You're intentionally doing things you usually...
Welcome, you two. Are you here for lunch? What would you like to eat? Got it. You don't look like...
Charcoal-baked Angelina cake? Isn't it that... Oh, Paimon understands what you're trying to do now? That... Isn't this going a bit too far? How was it? The look on your face is telling Paimon that it tasted awful. Then, you mean... That's impossible! We were just... So, would this be a case of taste bud deja vu? Paimon also gets, how about... Hey, Dinnersot is sitting by yourself on that bench over there. What a coincidence, Dinnersot. We meet again.
Oh, I ran into some kidnappers just now.
Kidnappers? Oh my...
I'm okay. Dia's arm got scratched.
That's a...
Not at all. I've always been like this. Besides, no matter how amazing today may be, it is but a single day. After however many more days, my time.
Paimon doesn't quite follow you, and Paimon feels like something's really got you down right now.
It really is fine. I don't mind. Huh?
Dunyarzad, have you ever felt
Deja vu? No. But my days have been the same.
Oh, Paimon, see?
It's almost time.
Huh? Time?
Nilou's Dance of Sub-Zero.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified. When we return, have...
Understood. I will...
the Sub-Zero's festival. Go...
Nilou, are you...
Oh, Junior's...
It's okay.
But you've been really looking...
It truly is unfortunate.
True, but...
The next festival.
Wait.
No.
Paimon can't believe what those heartless geezers did! So, in the end, maybe it really was because of exhaustion. Same here. Then, how about we settle in and get a good night's sleep? For now, we can chalk things up to exhaustion. We can do more thinking tomorrow.
Observing a modest drop in the output of Jnana energy, but values still remain.
Continue to monitor the variances in the data, and...
Why does Paimon feel so tired? Anyway...
Not at all.
Huh? Paimon thinks you said...
I'm doing well. There's no...
Great idea! Let's get going! Traveler?
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can enjoy the Sub-Zero. Oh, are you interested in It's not that simple. Each box contains a random flavor. And there's also lizard tail and No problem. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want? Oh, I like your confidence. No hesitation at all.
Paimon knew she always had incredible luck. Paimon's... What?
That couldn't have been mind reading?
Tell us what's going on! Since when did you get superpowers? Traveler? Hey, where are you going? What's going on? Did you see something? Us leaving Dunyarzad without letting her know is kinda rude, you know. for? Why did we come here? Traveler? That's... Look! That's... Isn't that Dunyarzad? What's happening here? Why are there two Dunyarzads?
You already know that this isn't your first Sub-Zero's festival, don't you? I'm sure you already know how to use this.
A knowledge capsule? Where did you get it?
You should use it too, Paimon.
You know Paimon? Well... What the... This is our 20th time at the Sub-Zero's festival? Huh? No. The third... Have we been trapped in a single day? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even realized. What the heck was inside that note?
Your memories are still scrambled? Try your best to remember. This isn't...
Let Paimon think. Oh, it's coming back? What about everyone else?
Your sense of deja vu is stronger than everyone else's, yes? As for an explanation, you two received the blessing of Dendro. It was as if a single sheet of paper was separating those memories from your consciousness. A familiar question. I think this is the 7th. As you can see, she isn't doing well. You probably sensed it too. That first Dunyarzad is in front of you right now, and she doesn't have a lot of time left. Looks like you're almost done sorting out your brain. Oh yeah, I'm Nahida. Good, you passed.
What's happening? You can awaken our memories, and you seem like you know what's going.
Everything in this world runs in a loop. This cycle is called a samsara. You, me, and everyone else are all... As for the truth, that's on you to find out. If you were told the truth instead of discovering it yourselves, I can only give you surface level help, like bits of information and subtle hints.
She looks like she isn't doing well at all. Her illness gets worse after
If we can break out of this samsara, I might be able to save her. But as things are right now, she's just a small bird in the sky that's about to lose its last feathers.
You sure love to use weird analogies.
Analogies are a wonderful tool. Okay, so, with what you know so far, what do you think the truth is?
We've already experienced the Sub-Zero's festival many... Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth of that god. The moon, illusions, and lies. What's happening right now seems to have happened... My mind feels... What's happening right now... That should be it. What's happening right now seems... We've already That doesn't sound right.
A time loop. You've given similarly wrong answers in the past. Still the wrong answer? Paimon thought that made a lot of... A simple time loop can't explain some of the phenomena. Dunyarzad. The Sabzeruz festival is happening. Let's think about our current situation. To save Dunya, and to do that, we need... Nahida rejected the idea of a time loop, so... We must have... Paimon's memories say that we've already...
Hey, it's you guys again. I see. Did you come back to buy something? I guarantee the freshness of my products. I harvested them from the forest. Huh? What brought this about? I hurried back. What kind of philosophical nonsense? Didn't you know that no one dreams in Sumer?
He actually has a point. Is this a dream? Is everyone true. Anyway, if this...
Oh, it's you two. Was my divination so accurate that you felt compelled to compliment me in person? Ooh, I knew it!
You're really excited about... So, you're admitting that...
Anyway, what kind of situation did you get into? Huh? Hold on a second. I thought you guys... What you just said... Are you...
Paimon knew you weren't going to believe...
Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I believe you.
When you say it like that, the divination...
I believe that the Archon's revelations are never more... The book only says, if you trust your instinct...
So that's how it is. Looks like we haven't made any progress. Who else can we talk to? Paimon remembers that we tried talking to her a couple of times, but she always thinks we're playing pranks on her. You think she'll brush us off again? Yeah, if we... Everyone hold hands!
I'm fine, my lady.
Perfect timing. Both of you...
Paimon, Traveler, you came at just the right time. Listen, there was a dangerous Huh? You saw?
You want the Traveler to take Dunya...
How did you know what I was going...
We need to say something convincing.
My mind feels exhausted, even though I haven't done too much thinking. The moon, illusions, and lies. Dia sold her greatsword to raise additional funds. And then, she was injured. People in Sumeru don't drink.
Tell her, Traveler!
I didn't tell anyone about that. Including Miss Dunyarzad. You couldn't have known. And just now, you literally took the words right out of my mouth. What's...
All right, so
It's kinda hard to believe what you just told me. First, let me make something clear. Most of us desert dwellers might not be the scholarly type.
She's quieter than you.
Yeah, she isn't the same as before, but her parents said that this is how she was like it.
I don't quite understand what you're...
My lady, are you angry? All right, I'll give you the...
Been here all day, and still, none of the forecasts have been...
Nahida! We brought a friend! Are you busy?
I thought I told you that it won't help to bring anyone here.
We just wanted her to see the real
The real Dunyarzad?
Huh?
I told you that you two are special. Other people can't see me.
Hold on. Over there. Is that?
Wow. How perceptive.
Miss Dunyarzad, she's lying down.
Her condition's really bad, and she's basically in a...
I can sense her aura.
Do you believe us now? So, you think the sages...
Yeah, they've always been against us. Wouldn't surprise me if they're using the Akasha to intentionally repeat the...
You have a point. Aside from the Dendro Archon, the Academia's sages... Maybe there's more to the Akasha than we know. Right! Didn't you awaken our memories using something?
The Akasha relies on the...
A Gnosis could do that? No wonder the Akasha...
So, this Nahida you mentioned...
She said, and Paimon quotes, the Akasha...
compiles the wisdom of the entire populace and grants knowledge to the people. Wait. I get the grants knowledge part. That's what people have always used the...
Did she mean that the sages enter new knowledge into the Akasha? Oh, yeah. That sounds about right. What do you...
Okay, Nahida said... That doesn't sound right. People in Sumeru... My mind feels...
You mean the Akasha is causing our mental fatigue? When the desert dwellers set off on their compiling the entire country's knowledge, you think the Akasha pulled a 180 and is extracting information from us? Who knows? The Akasha...
What's the point of doing something?
Just think about it. If you... This hive mind could make break...
An excellent deduction. And the analogy can...
In that case, we should take off our Akasha terminals right away. Maybe that'll solve this problem.
Yeah, I was only...
How does everyone feel? Huh? What is it? Oh, that! Paimon knows what you're talking about. It's a single soft beep that sounds like it's coming from the Akasha terminal.
The sound of a beep. Could it be a prompt tone for when the Akasha is operating?
That's probably an important clue. We weren't using our terminals, but we heard a beep anyway. Traveler, did you...
I heard it too. Our ears aren't messing with us. There was definitely a beep. We took off our Akasha terminals.
Phase runtime has exceeded its expected length. At this rate, there may be casualties.
But we cannot lose.
Paimon remembers Good. You adapted quickly this time. We definitely took off our Akasha terminals last night, but we still heard that beep. Why is that? But now we can at least confirm one thing. The Akasha Oh, Paimon doesn't get it. Why would the Akasha go this far? It's extremely difficult for lab rats in an experiment to understand why they're being treated. If we're lab rats, then what are you? Nahida, you... The moon? What? Anyway, knowing who I am won't help you get... Okay then. Dia helped us a lot yesterday, so...
Ah, there you are. I've already taken care of those kidnappers. My lady, did you get hurt? What's wrong? Why are you both gawking at me like that?
You didn't get hurt
Huh? What do you mean this time? Why are you so surprised that I managed to get out unscathed? Those kids were amateurs. Shh! How did you know about my greatsword? I haven't told anyone about it.
So Dia's lost her memories after all.
Anything strange? You already know that I got a new greatsword. If I had to say something, it's weird how it's as if I've already used it to fight a countless number of...
You're saying that, although you don't remember...
That's right. Both mercenaries and warriors heavily rely on muscle memory. Only knowing the theory of...
Traveler, what do you think? Yeah! Paimon's feeling really hopeful. Oh, you're right! Earlier in the Samsara, something like this would have never happened.
I have no clue.
So you want us to take...
How did you know what I was gonna say? Can you...
Whew, it's finally nighttime. Aside from Dia not getting injured, everything seems to have stayed the same. Listen, Nahida, we found out that Dia got out just fine today, even though she got injured every other time. Do you think the Samsara has been broken? Really? Good job on all that progress. Hey, what kind of an answer? Tomorrow will come. Everyone assumes this is common. How many todays has it been? Is it possible that today, it's even possible... Okay, no more! Paimon's... That's why it makes no sense to get some good rest. You know, use the bathroom and Huh? People always say they feel a sense of relief after they take a duk-duk. That's why I suggested you... it's so strange and so against common sense that... Paimon's at a loss for words. Yeah. Even though it's happy and lively at the Sub-Zero's fest...
Continue the harvest. Compared to what we stand to achieve, these sacrifices are trivial.
We're still in the same day! Nahida, you already knew last night that we didn't break out of the Samsara? Would there have been a point? You would have spent the night with new worries, with tomorrow still out of reach. In that case, you might as well rest within that brief moment of hope. An opportunity... Paimon thought that Duke did that! Of course. In the time we've been together, you two have been... Paimon's flattered and everything, but... what I mean is, even in other words, if you weren't here, Nahida's talking about confusing stuff again. Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. So, Traveler, did the new clues yesterday help you gain... Huh? Why are you scrapping your previous theory? Oh, yeah! You're right! Gosh, so what's your...
Okay. Nahida said, the Akasha relies on the We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival. Okay. The beep is a prompt tone for Akasha operations. We still hear it Mercenaries rely heavily on muscle memory. The moon, illusions, and... If all our memories of a day are erased at the end of that day, then we would unwittingly relive that same day again and again.
Oh! Then the beep we hear That's why when we wake up, everyone thinks the Sub-Zero's festival. But muscle memory can't be erased. That's why Dia has been getting better at using her greatsword.
A brilliant deduction.
Nahida, tell us if we're right or wrong.
To put it simply,
That isn't simple at all!
why don't you go talk to Miss Dia again? You might learn.
Right! She did help us find...
There you are. Really took me a while to find you.
As expected, Dia also didn't get hurt today.
Get hurt? Why would I? Don't underestimate.
Well, you're still getting used to...
Huh. Truth be told, I also think it's pretty strange. It just suddenly felt so familiar in my hands and...
Traveler, could you explain the situation to her today? Paimon's gotten a little sick of doing it. Oh, that works!
What happened to you guys while I was gone? Did you get brainwashed by...
Don't think too hard about it. Just take...
Alright then, let me get this straight. You're...
Yes, your memory's being...
Then I'd have to disagree. That's impossible.
Oh? What?
If we've actually been reliving the Sub-Zeru's festival day after day, then what common sense says my wallet should have emptied itself a long time ago. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed that.
Right! They could use the Akasha to record what everyone did that day. It's not very likely, but it's also...
No, it is impossible.
You have proof?
You two are surprisingly serious about this nonsensical discussion. Come with me, Miss Dunyarzad. Please come along.
Paimon can't believe it's Dia who wants to show us something this time. Make my escape.
This is it.
Huh? This is a wooden trick.
See those marks on the dummy? Those are the result of several days' worth of practice. Let's say the sages didn't replace it every day. Shouldn't it be hacked to pieces by now?
That's true, but what if they did?
Then the sages would have had to reproduce every mark I left during previous training sessions. I'm a professional fighter. My martial school has always emphasized the importance of refined control. The force, angle, and entry point of each strike is calculated and deliberate. That's why I remember every mark on the dummy, as well as my state of mind as I made each strike. It's just as they say, each swordsman has their own unique style, and even the same swordsman can't make the same cut twice. It would be impossible to copy these marks.
Is it really impossible? What if they use—
People often say that a camera's photo can never replace an artist. The same thing applies here. At a mere glance, I can differentiate carved marks from the result. I hope that cleared things up for you. Hey, is this that new brain exercise game? Anyway, it's getting late. I should escort Miss Dunyarzad to Nilu's stage. See you later.
Well, back to square one. But at least we've reached some other conclusions in the— Yep, that's true. So, can we think of any new ideas right now? Strange? Paimon feels like everything's been Huh? Leaving the city? You're right! It's really strange how Paimon can't believe it! Did we miss this because we're tunnel visioning too hard? How about we go back and ask Nahida? Nahida! You're back early today. Sort of. We're mostly sure now that we're not in a time loop. And we also aren't in the real—
leaving the city. As far as I remember, you've mentioned your plans to do that twice before.
We did? But we don't remember anything. What happened after we talked about—
Let me think. I don't think you ever actually told me what the outcome was. Oh, it's probably more accurate to say that both times you never came back the whole night. But you two sometimes stay out the entire night anyway, so at the time—
It is true that sometimes we lose track of time during our investigation.
Really? That's kinda strange. In theory, I should have already awakened all your memories.
Yep, something here's definitely fishy. Let's get to the bottom of this tomorrow. Our memories are back! About that...
Traveler, aside from your memories that were just restored, I listen to it and you'll
Can't go back! There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zero's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
Traveler, you should be missing 2 days' worth of memories. It's time to carry out our plan from yesterday. Okay.
Why can't we leave the—
Don't ask me. It's not like I can tell you anything.
I have a real emergency. My goods have already arrived at Port Ormo.
That's your problem. Make sure—
But it's not like you can just predict business matters in advance.
It looks like the Academia already announced a lockdown for Sumeru. Let's go and question them. Hello, sir.
Here we go again. We just received an order that no one is allowed to enter or exit Sumeru today. They didn't tell us anything else. Angering me won't get—
It looks like he really doesn't know. If we can't get anything out of him, let's take matters into our own hands. This is a good spot. And the gun— Huh? Why? Are you going to leave Paimon behind? But... When... Paimon knows that Paimon can't do much, but... okay. Promise Paimon that you'll come back and memories! Traveler! Paimon would never see you again! Paimon, we Paimon, calm down. She's here now. Paimon doesn't care! Paimon wanted to go look for you, but you also said that Paimon should stay! Paimon was so worried and so scared the entire day! Okay, Paimon, can you tell us your perspective? I see. Using two people's After that, you left the city. Paimon kept her eyes on you the whole time, but then you disappeared in an instant. No way! What's your perspective, Traveler? You sure you don't have any memory of this? I guess that explains everything. You also lost your memories the last 2 times you tried to leave the city. So, if we leave the city, our memories will be completely erased? It really sounds like something big outside of it, but this way, we'll also never discover what's outside! Something like a message? But don't look at me like that. I'm not used to being stared at. Well... Okay. You want something that can pass on messages, right? Give me some time. Yep! I'm done. Here you go. What? Isn't this just... I made some little changes. Akasha terminals are already capable of sending messages. To make something like this? Nahida, you really know the Akasha like the back... Yep. I'll help you save the messages. It should be pretty easy to use. I just can't guarantee the user's status and signal coverage when they're outside this... We'll never know until we try. Let's go then. Let's expose those sages! All right. Okay. That covers everything that's happened so far. Yes. Although the signal was choppy and had some interference, we still managed to receive 2 messages from you when you were outside. Okay. Now that you understand what's going on, let's hear them.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zero's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them. I've entered another space. Before me are flowing sandstone and howling fish. Impossible and surreal sights. All these spaces are empty, except for the occasional ones that contain mute puppets rather than people. I can't sense any human...
That's one heck of an info dump. It sounds like you left the Sumeru city space when you set foot outside of the walls. But everything looked completely normal when Paimon was looking out from the inside. That's unbelievable. And if we take your word for it, the other spaces all had very... There's another part here. I only received it last night.
These spaces have been disappearing, one after the other, absorbed by something like a sun in the... And now, even the final space has also... Behind me, a lot of spaces just appeared again from thin air. I get it now. Those spaces are actually...
Why did the message end? Probably because yesterday just happened to end it. Oh, right. Paimon did hear a beep from the Akasha. The message. It should have come from the Traveler's Akasha. After the beep, Traveler said even the final space has also disappeared. Traveler, what do you think that final space could have been?
My impression is that each day in this samsara only ends at the sound of that beep from the Akasha. Was that space actually the real world? But all the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had to...
Oh, so that's what it is! After the sound of the beep, the final space, the Sub-Zero's festival, also disappears, and we're taken to the next day. Later on, Traveler also mentioned a bunch of new spaces materializing behind them. Dude, Paimon's head is spinning.
Well, consider this. For all the horrors of the Archon War, at its heart, it was just a game where a bunch of gods fought over 7 seats. So no matter how strange or spooky things may look on the surface, maybe all they point...
Wow, the Archon War, huh? Hey! Do you want some alone time to think?
The dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. I'm going to go watch it.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay then. See you later.
Have you figured it out yet, Traveler? Time is ticking. Awesome! What is it? Paimon wants to know. Oh, wait, no. Make my escape.
You're back! I've been waiting forever for you two. Are you ready to take your Sub-Zero's exam and graduate from the festival? Okay. First off, have you discovered the...
We've already experienced the Sub-Zero's... All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common. Those spaces remind me of... dreams. The moon, illusions, and lies. People in Sumeru don't dream. Okay, Nahida said, the Akasha We are all in a dream. It isn't that the people of Sumeru don't dream. Rather, the Akasha is taking their dreams from them.
People in Sumeru think they don't dream. But the truth is, the Akasha steals their dreams without them and those spaces with no human presence are stolen dreams without their host. That would explain why they sounded... So people in Sumeru do dream after all. In fact, we're...
Correct answer. Now, how did you conclude that the Akasha is capable of... The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate. It is the manifestation of... It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people. It is the manifestation of the god, and it grants knowledge...
Those dream-controlling creatures in the forest also get their power from the Dendro Archon, right? But is stealing everyone's dreams really how the Akasha compiles their wisdom? Isn't there anything more to—
Dreams are fantastical, complex, and full of imagination. People's brains are the most active when they're dreaming. In other words, dreams are rich but—
So in other words, the complete opposite of how Hypatia understood it. Paimon remembers her saying that the sages think dreams are foolish delusions, and the fact that no one dreams is a blessing from Greater Lord Root. The real story is that the sages from the Academia are using the Akasha to steal people's dreams for their own use, huh?
Oh? By the sounds of it, you understand the current situation pretty well. So then, what about the Samsara?
The beep is a prompt tone for Akasha operations. Those spaces kept disappearing before my eyes. But as soon as that beep sounded, many more spaces materialized. Those dreamscapes kept vanishing. But as soon as that beep sounded, Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth. My mind feels we've already experienced the— Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content. My mind feels we've already experienced the Those spaces
Correct. The Akasha is keeping each person's brain in a constant dream state, but also separating their consciousness from their own dream. Their disembodied consciousness is placed inside the collective dream of the Sub-Zero's festival along with everyone else's, while their now vacant dreams are harvested by the Akasha. No one is any the wiser as another day passes in the dream. People wake up to yet another dream about the Sub-Zero's festival. The dreams that belong to them are once again harvested by the—
So, this is like a dream factory, and the Akasha—
Very good, Paimon.
Okay, so that beep we keep hearing is actually from our real-life Akasha terminals. Taking off our terminals in this dream doesn't do anything.
All right, last question.
They say that alchemical divination is the Dendro Archon's divine revelation. So then, if Nahida has referred to herself as the moon, now that I think about it, wasn't illusions a hint that we're all dreaming? Now that I think about it, wasn't illusions hinting at the sage's deception of—
So you noticed. I thought that one would be the hardest question. That's why I put it last.
That wasn't hard at all. Even Paimon guessed. Now that you mention it, Nahida, you've been— It's funny. Thinking back to when we were asking all over the place for info about Lesser Lord Kusanali, Paimon didn't expect to meet you like this.
Yes, those can wait until we're back in— On the other hand, I'd be happy to answer any more questions you have about here and now. Firstly, this dream we're in is completely based on reality. People have already experienced this Sub-Zero's festival. Secondly, you're probably wondering why people don't have any memories from early— That's because people don't remember their dreams most of the time anyway. And in any case, their actual dreams are being taken away from them, so whenever they wake up in the—
That reminds Paimon. Traveler had a dream when we were in the Avidia Forest, but couldn't see what it was about after waking up.
Yes. Only after receiving the blessing of Dendro can a person gain the Dendro element's dream-enhancing power. That explains the feelings of Meanwhile, everyone else has no idea that they are in the Sub-Zero's festival Samsara.
Can humans really keep dreaming forever like this?
We might say your mental fatigue has already answered this question.
Especially those whose health is compromised to begin. People's lives are at stake. I know, right? Why did they have to base this dream on my birthday? Could it really just be a coincidence? Even you don't know the reason? The Academia sages are determined to harvest lots of dreams in a short time, no matter the cost. Traveler, do you have any...
Grand Sage said, go celebrate the birth. Those spaces remind me of... Okay, Nahida said, the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It
Celebrate the birth, could it mean? Deceiving the people of Sumeru with no regard for their safety. And after we end the Sub-Zero's festival, Samsara, how can the sages of the Academia do this behind their Archon's back? In the end, I'm just the moon. A sun and a moon? Oh, we're out of time today! I'll tell you how to break free of the Samsara tomorrow. Good morning, Nahida. Wait. Now that Paimon remembers everything... Hey! What's wrong, Nahida? You don't... I'm afraid that what you're thinking right now is correct. Did Dunyarzad already disappear? The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting. Paimon can't believe it. Wait, so what about that other Dunyarzad? Just what? She's actually something like a puppet, but not the real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep so another Dunyarzad appeared to replace her in the dream. Just like the grass and the tree. But personality-wise, she's nothing like the real. Puppets are stiff and can't copy a living person's vitality. You know, speaking of which, the Dunyarzad truly believed that she met you within her consciousness. And it was you who inspired... Yes. Back then, her family was overly protective of her. No one cared about her person. I just gave her a little wisdom so she could look at life in a new way. So that she could be her own person. But even so, she's still... far from it. I'm still a long way off from being a real... I couldn't even save her. If I were a competent Archon, I wouldn't have let my most faithful follower die at the Sub-Zero. Please don't beat yourself up over it, Nahida. It's the... I'm not beating myself up. Don't be like that, Nahida. To prevent more tragedies like this, we must end the Samsara. Great, but... Although the Sub-Zero's festival dream is under the Akasha's control, only humans can dream. Even the Akasha is unable to create. That means this dream belongs to a host who created. Huh? So... Well, if this is someone's dream, then everything here must come from deep within their consciousness, which means, with the power of imagination, they can change anything in this dream. Imagination? Imagination means breaking through what you perceive as normal. Like when a server at a tavern brings a plate to you, you'd naturally assume that food is on it. However, if you're the dream's host and you become aware that you're dreaming, when you imagine, the dream will respond in kind. And the server really will bring you gold and mora. But right now, our host is unaware that this is a dream. No matter how many, find some way to make that person realize that they're dreaming. Usually... How are we going to find them, though? And even if we did find them, after all, like you said... It's extremely difficult, yet as for me... during this time... Out of town? Or you... Yes. I want to try something. Hurry and go. Dreams are supposed to be fantastical, romantic, and... She was such a good person. Yeah. Saving Dunyarzad, but... We mustn't lose hope, Traveler. Paimon's wondering, do you think the sages would get one of their own to be the host of this dream? Feels like it would be easier to control it that. Huh. That's true. So, who do you think the host of the dream is? Oh, that would make sense! Ferris, the Knight of... Let's go ask him some... I'm out of here!
You're back. You left in a hurry last time.
Everything's fine.
An experiment? That came out of...
Could you... make a wish?
You want me to make a wish?
Less questions, more
Okay, my wish. My wish. Okay.
Oh.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit down. She just doesn't seem like herself. She's always so gentle and kind. I've also wondered if the reason she asked me to be Ferris Knight of Flowers is because I'm special.
So, you have a
When she placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, what she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in how everyone else feels. In that moment, I just wanted to be her Knight of Flowers for the rest of my life. Okay, yeah, that was a bit... Okay, I'm ready to make my wish. I would like Miss Dunyarzad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face. Here goes.
Please come true.
I'm gonna open my eye. Oh!
What?
Farky? Sorry, but only one portion of Yelda candies per person. Back home you go. Nice try, you two. Anyway, never mind. I don't need to see her appear right in front of me.
Guess he isn't the host of this dream after all. Should have expected it wouldn't be this easy. It seems like everyone who knows Dunyarzad loves her.
My lady, step back.
That sounds like Dia! Oh, right. Huh? But Dia can handle them! Hey, Traveler!
Oh, it's you. Great timing. Please take... Hey, this is my job. The homie Yannis pay me, not you. You... fine, all right. Not... Anyway, watch yourself.
So you got yourself some backup.
Hold the line!
The wind knows me. Time to go.
Shine down! Ha!
I see everything!
Into the wind.
Traveler, were you just taking your anger out on those guys? You and Nahida both. Dunyarzad wouldn't want us... Oh, and speaking of her, remember how during the first Sub-Zero's festival, before the Samsara started, we came here with Dunyarzad because she wanted to pick something up? She said it was because she had forgotten something. Okay, so Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere around here. She pointed it out to us the night before the Sub-Zero. Yeah, even if... This is the place. It's rude to enter other... Hey, The windows are unlocked! Okay. Paimon's gonna take... This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much Should we open it? Wow. Dunyarzad wrote all of this. Sounds like she was always thinking of us, even though she was also busy preparing. She must have wanted to give this to us as a... If we hadn't found this book. But now that we know, we... Hey! Where are you up? It's Dunyarzad's puppet. Traveler? You must be exhausted. Come to think of it, we've been stuck in this place for a really, really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Dunyarzad feels like an eternity ago. Paimon still remembers when we were sitting here, and the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about Nilu's...
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave...
That was what the real Dunyarzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean...
Yes, Traveler.
Oh, so she's still just a puppet. But just now, how come... What? Where are we going this time?
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single... The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you...
Oh. Traveler?
Traveler?
Traveler? What the heck are you doing? Wait, they're not reacting. Have they been scared stiff? Oh, of course! If this is the Sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this. So they're just substitutes.
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage? Like Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers. It's just a shame that all the real Padisaras went extinct after her death.
Yes. The Greater Lord brought forth new Padisaras in memory of the goddess of flowers. But she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful...
That beautiful shade of purple. Aren't these flowers real Padisaras? Just like the ones from the legend? I didn't even notice.
But didn't you just say all the real flowers went extinct after the goddess of flowers passed away?
Yeah. What's going on? Huh? You guys are... Hey!
They disappeared! So Nilu's the host! What a surprise! Purple Padisaras don't exist in the real world anymore! But in Nilu's subconscious, they can appear as... It's just like the example Nahida told us. People assume there were... So when you saw the flowers... But if we want to end the samsara, we need the host to become aware... How should we make Nilu...
Am I dreaming?
Huh?
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanali responding to our celebration?
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either. The point is, as far as you know, people in Sumeru don't...
Yeah, but have you heard the tale of the first sage? To prevent a calamity, he went on a journey to find the Dendro Archon.
Ooh, sounds familiar.
Yep, but in the part you heard, he hadn't become the first sage yet. His piety and wisdom were acknowledged by the Dendro Archon. All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world was being painted onto a canvas right before him. He was captivated. After who knows how long, he mastered all the knowledge he could comprehend. Afterward, he said to the Dendro Archon, "I miss my parents, my wife, and my children. I've been away from home for The Dendro Archon smiled. The next second, the sage found himself lying in his bed, as if he had... His wife lying next to him said, "You're off to search for the Dendro Archon today, aren't you?" Have us... In the end, the first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City.
So, the first sage was dreaming ever since the beginning of the story? He never went to...
Yes. But his faith and determination were conveyed to the Dendro Archon, so she blessed him in the form of a dream.
Paimon understands where you're coming from now. That's a really interesting connection. But we really gotta wake up soon.
I see. Well, it just so happens that today's Sub-Zero's festival is almost over too. Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance of Sub-Zero's as beautiful as we can. The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the Dance of Sub-Zero's.
I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilu's dance.
Traveler. Oh, Paimon feels like she's been asleep for the longest time. Paimon's head feels super heavy. Paimon thinks it was the Sub-Zero's best. Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero? Quick! Take off your Akasha terminal! She's not in her room. What happened? Huh? What? Well done, Traveler and Paimon. And thank you, Dunyarzad, for organizing this.
I'm sorry, who?
Dunyarzad!
Oh, a Traveler Paimon. I just had a dream. And I saw Nilu performing the dance.
You're actually Nahida, aren't you? Paimon felt like Catherine was acting weird when we met at the Sub-Zero's festival. And Dunyarzad, it's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened. Let's chat somewhere else. How about by the... Let's talk about Dunyarzad first. After we parted on the last day of the Sub-Zero's festival, I left the city and saw what among the countless dreams, I found one that was growing fainter and fainter. This proved my suspicion. Once Dunyarzad could no longer bear the Akasha harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began to dissipate. But this also meant it escaped the Akasha's control. Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though. It will return to its original dream, where both will gradually fade until they completely disappear. I used all the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible. But it still wouldn't have lasted for much longer if it hadn't been for you two breaking the samsara. So it looks like we did manage to save Dunyarzad in the end. Not a moment too soon. Huh? Why are you two smiling so happily? I thought you'd be so moved that you'd start crying. Both are fine. All right. You two must have a lot of other questions for me, right? After all, you saved my faithful believer. As your reward, I will answer any and all questions. At the Avidia Forest, there was this incense that made the traveler fall unconscious. And dream, you also heard someone's voice, right? It said world. Yeah, so you do know! We've been wanting to ask you what that was about, and if the red sky was related to Conria. It seems like the traveler established a connection to Irminsul. That was a message left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul. Perhaps her last memory before she died. As you two probably know, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared after the disaster in Conria. The timings of these events do line up. A message from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? We thought it was from King Deshret. King Deshret? That god who died even longer ago? Some present-day desert dwellers still worship him. You probably just heard some of their conspiracies. Okay, so... I still haven't managed to decipher it. Even the Akasha isn't currently capable of doing. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul seems to be contaminated with something that has a very dangerous... Many devoted scholars go mad as soon as they connect their consciousness. I've warned the Academia about this many times, but people still keep falling victim to it. But I believe this is the key to saving Irminsul.
So the tree in the vision was Irminsul?
Oh, Tainari also said that Irminsul is sick. Is it because of the contaminated consciousness? But even if you can't figure out what that vision was all about, the Traveler wasn't affected after coming in contact with that consciousness. I've never seen anyone like that. With you here, we may have a chance at deciphering it. No, we must decipher its secrets. This puzzle has life and death at stake. It could determine Irminsul's fate, as well as Tevat's. There's never been any big problems with the Academia's governance of Sumeru. This is the first time I've seen them step out of line. I wonder what caused them to go down this path. And even though the city's residents haven't noticed anything strange, if the Traveler hadn't broken... I tried to do some investigating in the Akasha, but I couldn't find anything suspicious. And all the people of interest seem to purposely avoid wearing their Akasha terminals. I think they're deliberately trying to hide something. Oh, that reminds Paimon. In Gandharvaville, there was a sage who had invited Tainari to join some kind of project. Regardless, I need to first investigate the sage's motives, make things right, and punish them if needed. But I'll have to be discreet. Or you mean how the Akasha stops you from... Yeah, it's been such a long time. It's not that no one noticed. It's more like no one cared. Ultimately, it's all rooted in the sage's misdirection. Misdirection? The sage has convinced everyone to believe that being unable to dream is a sign of rationality and wisdom. Not dreaming is a badge of honor in Sumeru, even if the truth is that their dreams are being reaped by the Akasha. With their propaganda in place, the sages can maximize their use of the Akasha to facilitate their research. Besides, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata must have created the Akasha in the hopes that it could be used to its full potential. That's why I've never come out strongly against this. Anyway, the perspective advocated by the sages drowned out any voices of doubt. By now, even those who never use Akasha terminals find it too shameful and embarrassing to talk about their dreams. To be accurate, I'm using the Akasha as a medium to occupy Catherine's consciousness. How did you do that? Theoretically, I can enter anyone's mind as long as they're wearing their Akasha terminal. The Akasha is the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. As Lesser Lord Kusanali and the first Akasha terminal, my consciousness has always been linked to the Akasha. I've always respected my people's free will, so I've never actually occupied their consciousness. When necessary, I just borrow this bionic Snezhnayan puppet. Hold on. Did we just learn some deep, dark secret? So Catherine is... No wonder Paimon felt something was off about her. What about your own body? Why do you need to borrow other people's? Don't you live in the sanctuary of Suras? That story begins a long time ago. After Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared, the sages found my newly born self and took me back to Sumeru. At that time, I was young and weak. The sages kept me in the sanctuary of Surasthana, ostensibly for the sake of protecting. However, I do understand that they had hoped to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata instead of... So, the sages basically put their new Archon under house arrest? In some ways, they aren't wrong. And yeah! Thank you for the kind words. But I honestly don't need physical freedom as long as I can... Trying to find a way to save Irminsul is my life every once in a while. I will also take up the duties of the God of Wisdom and enlighten a lost soul here and there. Doing all that, got it. I hope my answers were satisfying. To be honest, maintaining Dunyarzad's fading dream took a lot of mental energy. I think I may need to... Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about the sage's activities for now. The Akasha won't be able to conduct another project on the scale of the Sub-Zero Samsara. Go and get some sleep. What a relief.
Traveler?
Maybe you were sleepwalking, you know?
I see.
Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime.
We've spent quite some time in Sumeru City, but ever since we last said goodbye to Lesser Lord Kusanali, we haven't heard anything from her. Oh, we can't just keep waiting around like this. Let's go find Catherine and pick up some work so we can at least keep ourselves busy.
Ad Astra Avisa.
Hi, Catherine. Do you have any
Commissions, huh? Oh, how about this? Please attend the Academia's
wait.
And if possible, please also use your camera to capture the reaction of the audience.
Huh? What kind of commission is that?
I see. It appears that in that case, please go to Port Ormos and convince the Eremites there to spend some time volunteering at the
Hey, that's not any better.
I'm sure the mercenaries will have some interesting reactions as well.
Paimon's gotta ask. Just who exactly has been submitting these
Oh, the commissioner? Well, actually, I just wanted to see the two of you in action.
Was it so obvious? I was hoping you would actually take one of those commissions. That kind of chance to observe humans doesn't come by often.
Ah, so it's Nahida. Paimon just knew Catherine wouldn't crack those kinds of jokes. When did you get into... So it's been you this whole time? Are you done resting up, Nahida?
Yes. I've been sleeping ever since we parted ways, and I even had a really, really long dream. It was another dream about the Sub-Zerus Festival. In my dream, I was sitting in the middle of a flower terrace, and everyone in Sumeru City was holding hands as they danced in circles. I also got to sit on a gigantic flower carriage. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, raised me really, really high above the ground, and I was throwing an endless amount of Yalda candies at the children.
You know, Nahida, maybe your dream is how the Sub-Zerus Festival really should be. It's meant to be a joyous time where everyone gets together to celebrate your birthday.
Huh? Wasn't I describing a really happy dream? Why are you both looking at me like that? Wait!
No! We aren't pitying you. By the way, have you had a chance to visit Dunyarzad? How's she doing? The Homianis haven't allowed any visitors after the festival.
Yes, I paid her a visit right after I woke up. Her condition is stabilized. However, since Elazar is a manifestation of the withering on the human body, we can only cure it by finding a way to take care of Irminsul's own withering. But for the moment, our top focus should still be figuring out...
Right. Who knows what'll happen if they manage to pull off another...
So our first priority should be investigating and putting a stop to the Sage's activities. As for how we should pull that off, let's discuss it somewhere else.
Oh, good point. Sorry, adventurer.
Thank you for completing to Ad Astra.
Let's continue our chat here. Okay, so do you have any ideas on how we can investigate the sages, Nahida? Actually, I've already done a little bit of work on that. But for now, I want to hear your thoughts. We're in the dark as of now. Since we still don't know anything about their goals, any rash move could tip them off and lead to terrible consequences. After all, every person in Sumeru City is one of their hostages. I've already tried that. But all the key members of the Academia, even the core of 30 guards, intentionally avoid wearing their Akasha terminals. It seems that from the very beginning, they've been guarding against info leaks from the Akasha. Of course, it could also be because they're wary of me. Have you already caught the sage's attention? I'm guessing not yet. But distrusting me would make perfect sense if they've ever paid attention to the urban legend. In any case, I probably can't take over their minds directly. No way, that's too risky. You mean it'd be too easy to get... No, it's not that. We shouldn't involve innocent students in this. A single mistake could completely ruin their lives. Doing that would be ignoring the safety of my people for my own selfish goals. That's a good point. Are we really out of Nahida, you're super smart. According to a popular theory from the Vahumana Darshan of the Academia, rejecting impractical motions at the beginning of a planning session will give more weight to the actual proposal. Okay, but aren't you the god of wisdom? You don't have to use that kind of gimmick to make us... Well, I've been thinking that if I can't directly possess the leaders, and if I can't get ordered, then I should find someone who's already involved. You're saying we should recruit a spy? Oh, before coming back, we met someone named Alhaitham. He seems like he acts alone, and he likes doing stuff behind the Academia's back. Actually, I already have someone in mind. Do you still remember that female scholar named Sataria? Sataria! We ran into her basically every time the Sub-Zero's festival repeated itself. You could even see Paimon still remembers the smug and mean way she always spoke to Nilou. I've always liked observing all kinds of people. She was born in the desert and was hailed... Oh, Paimon didn't know she was from the desert. The name Sataria means star. When she lived in the desert, she showed later on, she was chosen by the sun. Soon after, the star witnessed the sun scorching the earth. The star began to waver, but in the end, she couldn't give up the radiance of daytime. To cope with her shame, the star buried her guilt and closed her eyes. From the sound of it, Sataria's just hung up on the research opportunities here, but she doesn't really support the Academia. She still feels guilty about not doing more for the desert. Indeed. When they are presented with complex moral issues, many people will simply plug their ears and go with the flow until the problem can't be fixed anymore. She's suppressing a lot of guilt, but before she realized it, she had already become the sage's accomplice. Right. We must somehow make her face her problems again. That way, not only can we get useful intel from her, but she can also use it as an opportunity to redeem herself. From my past observations, Sataria will take a day off from the Academia every 10 days to do some shopping in the city. Tomorrow afternoon just happens to be a shopping day for her to prepare. Let's go check out some of her favorite spots. This should be Sataria's favorite fortune-telling spot. So should we ask the fortune teller about... No, I already have enough information on Sataria. The most important thing now is for you to pay attention to the vendor's talking style and key characteristics. Talking style and...
My poor lost lambs. Have you become troubled over your fates? The divine voice of wisdom often echoes...
Huh? Really? Nahida, you've been whispering things to her?
Shh! My friend here has some doubts regarding her future. Can we get a fortune reading for her?
Of course, of course. In that case...
It would seem that Harut and Marut are quite wary of you. Perhaps, at some time in the past, you have somehow offended the gods.
Only mocking the god of Animo, questioning the Lord of Geo's financial savviness, and brawling with the god of Electro. Do those count?
Oh, nothing. Go on, pick an aspect for her to divine.
Love prospects? No problem at all. The gods have spoken. The truth shall be revealed. One who is fated to cross your path will appear on... Huh? So many people will fall for you. How could that be? Harut, Marut, did you two spoil my divination? I've never read a fortune so absurd.
Actually, Paimon thinks this is probably the most accurate fortune-telling you've ever done.
I admit that the orientation of today's celestial matrix is, suboptimal. As such, there will be no charge.
Is that so? Well, that can—
If you were to bring some food offerings for Harut and Marut on your next visit, perhaps they could help you reverse the wheels of fate.
Is this another one of Satari?
Yep. It belongs to a king. His father helped Sataria a lot when she first moved to Samari City, so she still comes by when they start talking with him. Listen carefully.
Ah, dear customers. Would you like to look at some pottery?
We caught wind of your great craftsmanship, so we specifically came to take a look.
Oh, I recognize you. Aren't you Miss Catherine from the Adventurers Guild? Sounds like I'm in for some big...
Speaking of, where did you learn this trade?
I suppose you could say it all started with my dad. He's a mason by trade, but I picked up an interest in clay while apprenticing for him. After that, I began making pottery by myself in secret. And I simply changed trades when my works turned out well. Although it's a pity that I'm no longer making much use of the knowledge provided to me by the Akasha.
That's nice. You're making...
So is your father's...
Oh no, not anymore. A few years back, he fell from a roof and broke his leg. Since he had already saved enough Mora over all these years, he's just enjoying the retired life.
I see. We wish him peace. I'll have someone in charge of logistics at the guild come by another day for some goods.
No problem. Rest easy, all...
This should be our final stop. Sataria's always thinking of this restaurant when she's working at the academia, so she always comes by whenever she's out in the city.
Nahida, you've...
It's my duty to protect Samari's citizens.
Hi there. I feel like I've seen you down by the docks before. Huh? Sorry, if I recall, you were having a discussion with someone about shipbuilding at the time.
Ah, that's right! I've always been really interested in feats of marine engineering. After all, I grew up in Liyue Harbor and spent my entire childhood staring at the ships going in and out of the port. I came to Sumeru to study, but failed to make it into the... But I'm still discussing all kinds of problems with different scholars.
What an admirable spirit for learning! Amazing!
Sure, but you'll find hard...
So this restaurant has a basement as well?
That's right. It's not usually open to patrons. Most of the time, employees use it for breaks or to hold private...
I see. Has that...
Thank you so much.
So, was that every...
3 familiar faces should be enough for Sataria.
What's the point of all the information we've collected?
Nahida.
Sataria is already used to avoiding her problems, so we must find a way to break through her usual sensibilities. I remember you mentioned that the Eremites in Port Ormuz are all making a fuss about the upcoming resurrection of King Deshret. Although it's all just a boatload of nonsense, the faith of her homeland may turn out to be Sataria's soft spot.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. You want to take advantage. Although she knew she should return home to help the people of the desert, all she's done is conspire with the sages.
Well, King Deshret is long gone, and Sataria is also too smart to fall for any simple tricks. If we simply engaged her under the guise of King Deshret's believers, she would definitely be weary of us, and we may not get anywhere. But if we were to borrow some of her close acquaintances to talk with her, her reaction would probably be very different.
So, you mean you're going...
Yep. Possess them through the Akasha. Imply they've already converted to the faith of King Deshret, and then convey our made-up will of King. As long as everything goes smoothly, we'll get through to Sataria for sure.
Ah, so that's how you're going to use all the info we collected on these people.
Exactly. So, best of luck with
Huh? Best of...
That's no problem at all. I'll just share all their senses with you once I've possessed them. As long as you're also wearing an Akasha terminal, the effect will basically be as if you've possessed them yourself.
Huh. That is pretty convenient.
Although I've been observing humans for a while, I've never been good at imitating them.
You're not wrong. It's always been painfully obvious whenever you try to pass as Catherine.
If it was at all possible, I would have preferred to leave these people alone. But seeing how...
Yeah, don't beat yourself up.
All right. Everyone hold hands. I see everything.
Harim is a tough nut to crack.
Everyone hold hands.
Don't you think my craftsmanship deserves a higher price?
Oh, here she comes. Sataria's here.
Let's quietly follow her. Once she starts talking to her acquaintances, we'll find a safe spot to begin possessing them. As for how we'll sway her to our side, I'll leave that to you. I trust you'll know what to say.
Paimon's starting to feel kind... Looks like they've already started talking. Let's find a hiding spot and get started.
That's right. You really can't force anything when it comes to love. And besides, everyone around me has a very different background and outlook. Are you still—
Oh, of course I'm listening. You were talking about troubles.
Okay then. You just seemed a little strange. Your cats seem pretty I always thought they were quiet, happy kitties. Oh, what are their names again? Ah, that's right. They are just little darlings, aren't they? Harut and Marut.
So, which fortune do you want me to read for you today? You must have come for another echo of the divine voice of wisdom.
I'd like to get another reading on my love prospects, but to be perfectly honest with you, I feel like I've been a real mess recently.
A mess?
Well, could you do a reading on how long it'll take me to finish my current project at work? I really just want to get it over with.
I hear you. No problem at all.
Sorry, your new laugh is just so hilarious. I couldn't help it.
Please pay no mind to those kind. The gods are asking, Sitaria, why haven't you gone home?
Why haven't I gone home? Do the gods really know everything?
Sitaria, why don't you just go home? It's a demand now instead of a question. The gods seem to be truly upset.
I'm sorry. I know I failed the gods. Please pass on my most... And, if I may ask, Nabia, is there a specific god who's speaking to you right now?
What an inconsiderate and naive question. The god who is speaking to me is, of course, the wisest and mightiest of all, King Deshret.
King Deshret? No wonder he would make such a demand of me. Even though news of King Deshret's resurrection has been spreading like wildfire, it's all just a misinformation campaign from the academia. How can King Deshret still exist in real life?
What insolence! I am King Deshret's most loyal believer. Do you wish to refute his voice of wisdom?
Oh, no. As a child of the desert, I am only reveling in his power upon learning that his divine glory has touched even this city. I will think very carefully about his demand of me. I'm sorry. I must go now.
Wait!
Whoa! She just ran off in a hurry.
Well done. Sitaria didn't seem to suspect anything amiss. To have something she's been trying desperately to avoid show up out of nowhere and berate her, that must have shaken her to the core.
Aw, Nahida, it seems...
All I know are some abstract Harabatot theories. In any case, my time with you has shown a lot of them to be utterly useless. Anyway, enough of that.
She's at Akeem's now, right on cue. Let's get ready to possess him right away!
It's okay. I just got caught up in something. Oh, actually, didn't you ask me to help you look for work? What kind of work were you looking for again? Oh, right. Your old man's craft. How could I forget? Speaking of, how's he doing? Is he feeling any better? Oh, that's good to hear. I've been thinking a lot about him. If I could get some more time off, I'd love to pay him a visit. Actually, while we're talking about him, is he still living in Port Ormos?
Yeah, he's been retired there for a while.
If you could find the time, please write him a letter. Let him know that recently, faith in King Deshret has taken root in Port Ormos and has begun to spread across Sumeru. He has a quick temper and has always been a devout follower of the Dendro Archon. I don't want him to get into a fight with those King Deshret believers because of a—
Oh? So, who are you siding with in all of this? The Academia or King Deshret? I'm so jealous of you. You were born a child of the desert, Yet you chose to betray King Deshret, and now you spend all your time with those crooks from the Academia.
Akeem, you don't mean... You've also become a believer of King Deshret?
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise King Deshret? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
Can't pick a side? Me?
Whoa! Paimon had no idea you'd be so good at this!
You really zeroed in on the issue and put it right in front of her. It might feel a bit overwhelming for Sataria, but once everything is over, I'll be sure to pay her a visit to her mind and explain everything.
Come on! Sataria's already started...
So, Shishan, have you, like, as if someone was trying to preach to you about something?
Oh, right. Speaking of strange things, I celebrated the Sub-Zerus festival so many times that I lost count.
Wait, how could you be aware of that? That should be impossible. Nothing in the report indicated anything like that.
Are you still failing to realize that the Academia's lowly tricks could never deceive all of Sumeru's citizens?
Shishan, don't tell me that you've converted to King Deshret as well.
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of King Deshret. In reality, shouldn't you be the one who is ashamed? You, who worked side by side with the Academia and treated people as nothing more than experimental subjects.
Please, please stop!
Even now, Sataria's still trying to run from her problems.
She can no longer justify everything to herself.
Hey, she's trying to talk to the guards!
This is the most important part of all.
Mercenary, you're a member of the Corps of 30, correct? Please help me pass a message to the Matra right away. The situation...
Please, try to remain calm, miss.
Heretics are infiltrating the city, and they've already converted many residents to their side.
Heretics? What kind of heresy are you talking about?
King Deshret! Many people I know have suddenly started believing in him, but he's long dead. It's impossible.
Miss Sataria, nothing is impossible.
You know my name?
King Deshret is immortal, and all who defy him will one day pay the price. You must face the truth, Sataria. You tread a treacherous path, and the longer you ignore it, the tighter the Academia's grasp on you will become, and the deeper you will be ensnared. Child of King Deshret, never forget that the desert that belongs to you lies elsewhere.
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise King Deshret? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of King Deshret.
Sataria, why haven't you gone home?
It seems that no matter where I run, I only keep finding more believers of King Deshret. I've also been running from my guilt this whole time. Guilt over... But no matter how much I may try to ignore or get rid of it, my guilt always comes back.
You won't necessarily lose your research opportunities by facing the truth. Besides, did you really want to conduct your research while carrying such heavy feelings of guilt?
How do you know me so well? Are you truly just a believer of King Deshret? Or are you the god himself?
That's not important. The important thing is to pass judgment on the Academia and its sages, and to correct their mistakes. If you could provide some assistance in this matter, perhaps it could serve as a form of atonement.
I've actually never believed in the gods, but I've always believed in serendipity. Your appearance must be a fated opportunity. Please tell me, what can I do for you?
How much do you know about the sage's current activities?
I was just one of the designers for the masked dream harvest scheme, which is what happened around the Sabzeruz festival. But I know very little about the full scope of the overall project. I'd assume that only staff with the highest clearance would have access to those confidential documents. I've just been working to meet the Grand Sage's specified requirements. However, there's something that's been really bothering me. I heard that a scholar who was previously expelled has returned to the city, and even the sages are still quite wary of him.
To fight against the academia, we will need to figure out the nature and the purpose of their work. Is there a way for us to get access to the confidential documents you mentioned?
It should be possible if we're willing to take some risks. After all, I'm an assistant to the Grand... One thing, though. I won't be able to transfer the documents to you through the Akasha once I get my hands on them. The sages have always closely monitored all activities with... let me see... let's use the most primitive method. Send someone to pick up the
Academia entrance. Wouldn't that be...
Don't worry about that. I'm only suggesting this location because it'll draw more scrutiny for me to leave the Academia again. It'll be safest for me to distract the guards long enough to hand you...
All right, I trust.
So,
that'll depend on the judgment of the Dendro Archon.
The Dendro Archon. That's right. Her people are the ones we have endangered. As the God of Wisdom, she's also the one responsible for judging and guiding the scholars. Maybe it's time for me to find a god.
Just as Nahida predicted, we've managed to bring Satari.
The Traveler's execution was ingenious. She's the one who deserves all the praise. Well, now that we've made plans to meet again tomorrow evening, all we can do is pray for Sataria's mission to go off without a hitch.
Pray? But if we're going to pray to the gods, aren't we just praying to you?
No. The truth is the true guardian of scholars. I've always believed that. Anyway, let's meet again tomorrow evening at the Adventurers Guild. That's right. I suppose I'm the other Catherine in your mind.
Shh! We're on a secret mission tonight, so we need to protect...
Yep, Paimon's right. We cannot fully rule out the chance that the meetup tonight is just a trap. If something were to happen, my existence may be the only trump card we'll be able to play. After all, the Academia should still be unable to confirm the existence of my consciousness in the outside world.
Yep. Exactly, just what Paimon was thinking. Anyway, enough about that. Let's just make sure to be on our guard. Off? What do you feel is off? It's the middle of the night.
No, I think she's right. If you look around, there seems to be fewer people on the streets. I'm not sure if this is the case for the entire...
Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Sataria figured out a way to not only distract the guards, but also...
I also can't quite figure out why things feel a little off.
Well, regardless, as long as... There really aren't many people out right now. Let's hope it'll be this quiet in front of the Academia, and that Sataria managed to distract all the guards. of the night.
Ah, the triumphant hero returns at last. And to a rather spectacular welcome, even if I do say so myself.
You're the outcast, expelled from the academia.
Indeed I am. Although these days they tend to call me the Doctor. If you're looking for your researcher friend, she has already been taken into confinement. With some basic caution, she could have discovered the listening device on her person. Clearly, she lacks the degree of rigor expected of a true scholar.
The people of Sumeru City. What have you done to them?
I simply made some minor adjustments to their Akasha terminals. Now they can deposit information directly into the subconscious. As you can see, all these lovely people now believe this traveler is a hero who has just saved the world. My experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration.
No, what should we do? These are all just regular people.
Leave now. You need to get out of here.
But that guy's a Fatui Harbinger. We can't just leave you here.
Nor can I abandon the people of Sumeru. Don't worry. We'll meet again outside of the city.
I see. You appear to have overridden their mental faculties with your own consciousness. To possess such a powerful mind, you must be the God of Wisdom.
This should be far enough. Is Nahida going to be okay? We only made it out because of her. Paimon wasn't counting on running into a new Harbinger here, let alone such a high-ranking one. He called himself the Doctor. Remember, Tainari told us about him. Sataria did say that someone who once got and that even the sages are wary of him. Yep. Sounds like she must have been talking about the Doctor. Yeah. Now that the Doctor's in the picture, we're no longer just dealing with the academia, but what are the Fatui after this time? Another nose? Yeah. Things Nahida said we'll meet again outside of the city. But we can't just keep waiting around, right? You mean... Oh, right! Wasn't he invited by the sages to work on some project when we were staying with him in the Vidia Fort? Even though he turned it down at the time, there's no time to lose.
One with nature.
Hold it right there. A blonde-haired traveler and a floating fairy. We've got you all right. Take a look around.
Are you mercenaries from the
Corps of 30? We're nothing like those government. We are an elite brigade that...
The outcast? But why wouldn't the Doctor just send the Fatui after us?
Still wasting time on...
The wind knows me.
Grow!
Illusion shattered! One with nature.
The Temple of Wisdom!
Torn to oblivion! Shine down! Into...
It isn't over yet! Here comes reinforcements!
Everyone hold hands!
One with nature.
That was pretty rough. Is that what elite mercenaries are like? Yeah. Look, but this doctor guy seems like a pretty tough opponent. He knew exactly where to set up an ambush. Going up against smart people is tough. Hey!
Quick, let's find shelter, or mushrooms will start growing on our heads.
Oh, it's the Traveler and Paimon. Where do you
Kale! It's nice.
To be honest, I'm not doing too well. My Elazar has been progressing at a faster rate lately. I'm finding it harder to complete more intricate tasks. As a result, Master Tainari is taking me off the patrol schedule. He will only allow me to...
Oh, Kale! Speaking of Tainari, did he go off on patrol? We're here to talk to him.
Oh, Master Tainari? You just left the Avidia forest a little...
He left? But isn't Tainari always saying that he never...
I thought it was weird too. Master Tainari always No, I only found out that he left through a message he left behind. To leave in such a hurry? Master Tainari originally studied in the Immorta Darshan of the Academia. And part of Stiai is something I know that before he became a forest watcher, Master Tainari once spent a long time...
A research base, huh? Oh, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go look for him at Party Stiai.
Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm used to living with Elazar by now. If you run into Master
Got it. Will do.
I see everything.
Wait! Look who it is! Thank goodness you're okay. We were so worried about you. Hey! This was supposed to be a touching reunion, but...
Actually, it's very smart of the Traveler to be wary of me right now. After all, the Doctor has shown that his technology can apparently even control human minds. Plus, it's not like you could have known what happened after we split up, and I was facing even a pool of stagnant water after a torrential storm.
Paimon feels like only the real Nahida could come up with such an obscure analogy.
Huh? But I wasn't trying to win your trust or anything.
Well, we understand that point now.
When you left, I was still in the middle of restoring everyone's minds. Thankfully, when the Doctor mentioned depositing information into the subconscious instead, he did something closer to creating hallucinations. That was still within my power to fix. Luckily, I managed to finish my restorations and mind jump away from him just as he was about to capture me.
What a relief. The Doctor sure pulled out some hidden cards, but good thing we have...
I wouldn't be relieved I gave away my true identity when I restored everyone's minds, which means we've lost another one of our trump cards. Also, the Doctor is already an expert at modifying Akasha terminals. Maybe it's only a matter...
Would that mean you'd no longer be able to jump between minds? Then how do we stop him? He's still at the Academia, so it's possible he already started messing with the Akasha. It feels like he's toying with us. Plus, the Doctor Doctor's combat ability alone is apparently enough to make him worthy of being number...
We shouldn't give up hope just yet.
Actually, Nahida, how did you know we were trying to get to...
Yes, I have. I can see the Traveler's elemental energy, so I deduced her destination by looking at the... You didn't come here for sightseeing.
We're looking for a scholar we know. His name is Tainari, and the sage...
Okay.
Hey!
He's tunnel visioning again.
Traveler?
Ah! It's Hypatia!
Ah, what a pleasant surprise! It's so nice.
Who's this?
She's a scholar we met in the Avidia Forest. When we last saw each other, she was still training in the...
Oh, I see.
That's right, we're old friends.
Hypatia, you're way too excited about this. Wait, no. Did you already
My consciousness has already managed to make contact with the divine.
You did it? Congratulations!
When my consciousness made contact with the gods. What?
That sounds incredible!
Oh, all right. Remember? My current self has not...
You can do that?
I've never heard of anything like that, but... if you want to give it a try...
Hold on. I brought some Spirit Borneo with me.
We're using that...
All right now. Hold my hand. I'll help you establish a pathway to connect your consciousness.
Okay.
Ready?
It took 3 betrayals for me to finally understand. The world is just an elaborate tapestry of lies. My fury will never be quelled. The first to betray me was a god. My creator. My mother. Valuing strength above all, she saw no worth in me and I was discarded. The second was a human. My family. My friend. Consumed by fear, he saw me as an abomination. The third was one exactly like me. A hope for the future. A fledgling barely out of the nest. Powerless before his mortality, he broke his promise to me. Humans, they can't be trusted. And the gods fill me with pure loathing. So I said good riddance. I denounced the world and laugh in its face. My chest will never again be defiled by worldly filth. I will scrub away every last trace of human emotion. Then it will be empty, a blank slate, and ready to receive a supreme gnosis, brimming with pure divinity. There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief. Your era is coming to an end.
What was that? Did we actually just see the Balladier's memories? Everything matches what we know, but how is he connected to the divine consciousness that...
You saw it, right? You felt it, right? Such a majestic god!
Such a noble will! Alas, if only that which beats within my chest wasn't a...
Do you understand now? I'm afraid this is no Puripurna life, but rather...
You! Why are you so mean to me? I found divine wisdom.
Hypatia?
That's how I always thought everything should be. Wait, have I... already lost my mind?
Wait, something is...
Okay, we finally lost him. Are you okay, Nahida? Wait, no. Something feels different.
Oh, the Traveler's back?
Nahida was controlling your body for a while. It seemed like she jumped over to you as an emergency measure right before the Catherine puppet was destroyed. After that, Tainari heard the commotion and came over. He helped us defeat the mercenaries and then he ran with us all the way here. What? You swapped places? You mean your consciousness also went into Nahida's body? Wait, then where is Nahida's consciousness?
I never imagined that an individual's consciousness could be transferred around like this. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. Also, while we were running, the consciousness in your body told me to pass on a message. The doctor has found a way to trap my consciousness, so I can't journey with you anymore. But even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies.
Oh no! Was that message all she left for us? It's pretty vague. Oh, that makes sense! Since the doctor captured her, she won't be able to say anything without him knowing. She's being even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out Paimon knows the moon illusions and lies are from... Didn't Nahida use a starlight analogy before? It had something to do with Sataria. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Huh. But she isn't with us anymore.
Paimon, you said Sanctuary of Surasthana, correct? Does this mean that this Nahida you're talking about, the consciousness who was occupying the Traveler's body, is the Dendro?
Your guess is correct.
That's all right. A scholar's curiosity doesn't need to be appeased right away. As for the complicated nature of the situation, I've spent some time with you, and it looks like the Dendro Archon's also on your side.
Thank you, Tainari.
Ah, that. While I was indeed invited to join that project, the sages were always secretive about its scope and goals. All I know is that the project has something to do with the restoration of Irminsul.
Huh? Did you see something when you were in Nahida's body? What?
Do you have any evidence? So that's what happened. That explains why Hypatia's symptoms were different from those of the other scholars who went mad. It's because she made contact with the consciousness of a new god who is still in the process of being born.
Tighnari, did you leave the Avidia Forest because of Hypatia?
I did. If I didn't take action, Hypatia would have already been taken by the Matra to the desert, doomed to a life of exile. Now that you mention it, I knew the Academia has never thought particularly highly of Lesser Lord Kusanala, but I still didn't expect them to do something as arrogant as creating a new god. The Doctor and the Balladeer. We have 2 Fatui Harbingers in Sumeru. Sounds... From your description, I don't think they've completed their project, but then... what is the connection between...
Yeah, it feels like we're still nowhere close to figuring out the Sage's goals. Right, we've pretty much gone over everything we need to...
I'll stay here for now. I still want to try a few more things to help Hypatia. If you're planning to go into the desert, come find me here if there's anything else I can do to help.
Thanks, Tighnari. Hopefully... We finally made it to Caravan Reap. So, just past this wall. Oh, wow. Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel. It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh, if it's...
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
Huh?
Over here.
Oh, Ethan went that way! Let's hurry up and follow him. Wonder what he's up to.
There must still be traces of King Deshret's familiars.
Hey!
What should I say after I'm done with this?
What the... Where did she go? How did we lose him?
More Eremite mercenaries? Who are they working for this time?
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you a long time ago. There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of personal favors. All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across. It's a habit I developed at the Academia.
You really gave Paimon a scare, Alhaitham. I never thought we'd run into you here. Last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the Academia? Wait.
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the Academia's hit list. I can't... However, had I wished to turn you over to the Academia, don't you think you'd already be the Eremites' honored guests by now?
Oh, right. You do have a point.
I have no interest in running errands for that project. As a scholar, I've always belonged to the camp that promotes researcher autonomy. And these days, you're more fascinating than anything the sages can offer. Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Unfortunately, everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. If I am to get to the bottom of this, which brings me back to you, the leader of Ain al-Ahmar used the Divine Knowledge Capsule right in front of you, and upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for quite some time. To have that kind of reaction, I think you must have realized something. Are you interested at all in sharing what you...
Alhaitham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail. What kind of person even notices a...
So that's your answer. Well, I do work for the academia after all. So considering that, it is indeed wise to keep your... But that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about... No matter. Rather than simply learning the answers from you, I'd still prefer to investigate...
That's right! We have the same plan as you!
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the
It's always better to travel...
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven of the desert folk.
Whoa, this landscape is...
Sino. Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how I invited the General Mahamatra's wrath?
Oh, Hatham. Do not think you can escape my judgment, just because you managed to escape my attack.
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it? Or would elimination perhaps be a more accurate
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me. Though styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice for the Matra.
Seemed to me more like your own personal touch. Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia. He's a formidable hunter, and the ultimate nightmare for any who have committed academic crime.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Al-Hatham, to the point of blocking an attack for him. If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I wouldn't believe a single word. I have been pursuing this scribe for a long time. I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
Has Al-Hatham done something wrong?
I won't waste my breath explaining things. Take it out. The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person. Unless...
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes a Matra's senses.
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port Ormos?
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. What does this capsule mean to you? And why, as General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you all alone in the desert? As far as I'm aware, the other Matra have been speculating about your disappearance. Have you been given a mission that's, let's say, morally dubious? If I was the real target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to...
I should have known you'd be difficult to deal with.
You two? Ugh! What you would do, traveler?
Ahem. Well, look at you two, acting all tough and self-righteous over there.
Wait, Dia? Great, finally! You gotta help us out here.
Yeah, sure looks that way. 2 giants from the Academia duking it out once and for all. Not something you get to see every... Listen, I know you academic types love to fill up your big brains with self-righteous morality and lord your empty rules and virtues over each other. But how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village? It seems like someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds. Hey, did either of you hear a word I just said?
Whoa, what's going on? The wind's so strong!
Another sandstorm? What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly!
Someone's calling for us!
That sounded like Candace. Come on, you two. Jeez, are all—
All right, stop yelling.
Well, this is pretty awkward. Hey, wanna play sardines with 3 people who wanna tear each other limb from limb? Sure, why not? Sounds fun. The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sands. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru Village.
Our savior. Nice to meet you, Candace. The name's Paimon.
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets rough.
Wow, she's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister. Unlike those guys over there.
All right. Now that we're all better acquainted, we should return to the topic at hand. As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observing your conflict from afar, even before the sandstorm started. And now that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose no threat whatsoever to us. So please, have an honest and sincere conversation with one another, and put your hostile feelings to rest. If anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time with the creatures of the sandstorm.
Oh, on second thought...
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia. Do I make myself...
All right, we got it.
That's what I like to hear.
I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. Anyway, one of those two should probably start talking.
Wait, that was you trying to be a mediator?
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Al-Haytham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned a morally due. Rather, I've chosen to exile myself.
Huh?
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. What little they did report clearly did not match the project's actual progress. As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, to my surprise, the person responsible for the erroneous data was none other than Grand Sage Azar himself. I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request, but I soon found that all leads and potential pieces of encryption... I began to realize that they were cautious of me from the very beginning. Unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission reached his desk. The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the sages. You have no right to judge us.
So they really are up to no good.
I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the sages to assert and maintain their the vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold. They are meaningless to the Academia of today. I believed it would be wise to flee the Academia before the sages had a chance to take action against me. This way, they can no longer see nor predict my actions. I will never give up on this investigation. There's no need for someone else to give me power or authority. Once I find...
Sino seems to have the same goal as us. Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he somehow feels a lot less scary. Well, Sino, if that's your story, then what?
When I was investigating the matter in the Academia, I overheard a conversation between Al-Haytham and a sage. The sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this, Alhaitham?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Yes. I was indeed tasked with investigating the Traveler.
Alhaitham!
After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me, once you've completed this assignment, I can give you a glimpse of divine knowledge.
A most enticing offer.
Unfortunately, those academics don't know me at all. Their words contained one key piece of information, namely that divine knowledge indeed exists. That gave me all I needed to know. From my perspective, the sages are far from trustworthy. Think about it. Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge with anyone, even as a reward? So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In the end, I realized my wisdom in committing to this rather than collaborating with the sages. Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ain al-Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a conversation.
You mean that the sages originally planned to dispose of you, using one of those capsules that drive people insane?
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the Academia I was waiting in Port Ormos for you to appear so they wouldn't suspect anything. So it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Criminals do love to talk about coincidences.
Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing assistance to the Academia. Also, you should remember, you were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
That's true. Alhaitham helped us out at Caravan Rebot as well.
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to you. I took the Divine Knowledge Capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that it would be best for no one to interact with it before it had been properly studied. After all, curiosity often proves to be the most dangerous thing in this land.
You should be well aware, Scribe Alhaitham, that curiosity can also lead you. Answer me this. Did the sages share any information about their project with you?
Have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the Academia. Do you really think that—
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence.
As you wish.
Good. I'm glad to see. And now you, Dia. I believe it's your turn.
Oh, sorry. Whatever the boys were talking about must have been so boring that I spaced out. My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with the Traveler. I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to Aru Village for a visit. I was actually looking forward to a pretty exciting, but then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off, and—
Is that all? Well, I will admit that definitely sounds like your style.
That's more like it. I missed you.
Whoa! What was that sound?
No need to worry. Now that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home. I'll take a quick trip outside to clear out some of those creatures in the sandstorm.
Creatures?
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive training in these conditions is—
Yeah, just leave him to Candace. Don't worry.
The winds died down. That means the sandstorm— Candace still isn't back yet, though.
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. All right, let's go.
Whoa! Candace, you're still fighting? You've been out here dealing with these creatures the entire time?
Yes. They just keep coming in waves. I've lost count of how many I've defeated. Before I realized it, even the sandstorm had stopped.
Ah! Here comes another wave!
Leave this round to us.
It's been quite a while since I've seen the Flame Mane in action.
I'll be sure to put on a good show. Let's go!
The wind knows me.
Allow me. Committed to memory.
Illusion shattered. Time to go. Into the wind. Inazuma shines eternal.
There is... Here comes another wave! When are they ever gonna let up? Make yourselves at home. Grow. Hold the line. The creatures stopped appearing. Was that the last of...
What we fought just now was probably the aftermath of the sandstorm. So we should be safe for the time.
Well fought, everyone. No injuries, I hope.
Huh? Who are you?
Ah, my apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I had my hands full taking care of the village. I am the chief of Aru Village. Everyone usually calls me Uncle Anpu.
Sir, I am also originally from the desert, but I have not been back for some time now. May I ask if such sandstorms are common?
I can't say they've always been common, but recently the storms have become increasingly severe. Besides sandstorms, we also occasionally get earthquakes. According to an investigator who stayed in the village a while ago, these unusual...
Another effect of Irminsul's withering. So, Irminsul's withering causes withering zones in the forest, and sandstorms and earthquakes here in the desert?
Everything in the natural world is inextricably connected to Irminsul. These regional symptoms can indeed be a reflection of Irminsul.
Everyone in Aru Village needs to take good care of themselves. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single village keeper since I got here?
Village keeper?
Does your curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how Aru Village refers to mad scholars, exiled here by the Academia. Most of them are scholars who lost their sanity after a period of training in the Avidia Forest. The Academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other scholars. So, they're forcibly exiled to the desert. Though if
Alas, that's exactly what we've been trying to investigate. One by, but no one in the village has ever seen them leave.
I've had encounters with those people in the past. I'll see what I can do to help.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them, are you trying to alleviate your guilt and atone?
Mock me if you will, but if you are guilty...
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these kind...
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First they lose their sanity, but, is it really a good idea to tag along with Sino? You seem like you really don't trust him.
I'll be grateful for the assistance. No doubt you will do a better job than some of my former subordinates. Let's start by finding a spot to share what we know so far.
One with nature.
Although I've sent myself into exile, I'm still doing essentially the same things as before. Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation? One of my former subordinates told me that this title has its origins in a strange incident. The Academia has long exiled mad scholars to Aru Village. A mysterious phenomenon exists here. When mad scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. But after spending some time here, they invariably begin to calm down. Initially, the people of Aru Village greatly resented having to take in the mad scholar. Aru Village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse all around him, suddenly, he noticed a mad scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. A soft, despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night. All the houses remained upright, almost as if they had grown roots reaching deep into the ground. In the end, not after that, the people of Aru Village treated the mad scholars with greater kindness.
A soft green light? A mad scholar protecting Aru Village? What do you make of it, Traveler? Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Sino, do you know if any of the mad scholars continued to wear their Akasha term?
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the Academia could still monitor their activities. With that said, the main Akasha system would no longer have any interaction.
Oh, no wonder! Everything makes sense then! Add in the fact that they
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone, then it appears. So, what do you make of the story? Really? Lesser Lord Kusanali.
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was definitely using the Akasha.
No, it's not so much that I don't believe you. Lesser Lord Kusanali, the current Dendro Archon. The Academia has always placed far greater importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. They've more or less ignored Lesser Lord Kusanali, and I've never had any reason to doubt their views. In addition, I've never heard any stories about Lesser Lord Kusanali and her deeds.
No way! Nahida definitely exists! She's a... how should Paimon put it? She's a good Archon who's kind and wise.
I've spent many years interrogating criminals.
Good! Then you should know that we're...
That look in your eyes. I've never seen that from a liar. You two really must have met. How can this be? To think. Our Archon...
Alright, now it's our turn to put our skills to good, but easier said than done.
Excuse me, are you here to help?
Huh?
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isak. You'll help me find my grandpa, right?
Is your grandpa a mad scholar?
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa.
The person you're referring to is not a local, yet you are. Why do you call...
Grandpa is just Grandpa. I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please...
Ah, so you're the one who was eavesdropping on us around the village chief's house. I was planning to go out and take care of whoever it was, but I had a vague feeling that they didn't harbor any ill intent.
Whoa! Hatham wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Sino, he's just a kid!
Sorry, I was only...
All right. But first...
The wind knows me.
Sino is super vigilant.
Ah, you're back already.
We just wanted to confirm something with you. Do you know a boy by the...
I had a feeling he'd...
Huh? You knew that?
Yes. Although he tried his best to stay hidden, I still noticed him eavesdropping outside the window, Isak's parents were both Aramite mercenaries who rarely returned to the village after finding employment in the city. Unfortunately, it was only a few years before his grandpa passed away. Later, an elderly mad scholar arrived at the village. Isak thought the scholar bore a striking resemblance to his grandfather, and thus often spied on the man. However, the scholar was unkempt in appearance and incoherent in speech. One summer night, the oft mumbling and bumbling grandpa suddenly calmed down and seemed to become more lucid. So grandpa walked up to Isak and patted him on the head. He even took Isak to the entrance of the village, where he patiently taught the boy the names of the stars. The next morning, Isak woke up and wanted to go find his grandpa again, only to realize his grandpa no longer recognized him. It's said that those who saw the scholar claimed he no longer appeared to be crazy, but appeared to be living in his own world, almost as if he were sleepwalking. Isak was thrilled that his grandpa was able to find peace, and would follow him all the time, asking him things like, "Grandpa, want me to take you somewhere fun?" or
All this somehow just makes Paimon feel
perhaps. Nearly everyone who lives in the desert has some form of hardship or regret. It's also my reason for fighting.
Maybe the people have always had a considerate god watching over them.
Huh? What?
No, nothing. As long as Isak keeps his word and doesn't get in our way.
Perhaps you are more compassionate than I gave you credit for.
Hey, Isak!
Oh, it's you guys!
We've cleared everything up!
Really? Yeah!
Alright. Let's ask the local residents some questions first.
Yeah. Yeah.
wherever in this world I roam. I carry memories of my home. This
Yeah.
I follow the wind.
Yeah.
One with nature.
This might hurt a little. I see everything.
Into the wind.
Shine down!
Clouds high. The birds call.
Rest and revamp.
One with nature. The wind knows me.
Committed to memory.
There is no escape!
Hey!
Illusion shattered!
Shine down! One with nature. Into the wind. There is no escape.
Germinating seeds break. I see.
I see everything. Rust and rebuild.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night. One with nature. Ha!
The Temple of Wisdom.
Torn to oblivion. Shine down. The wind knows me.
Grow, grow, grow.
Insolent.
Covenant of the Deep. Allow me. Share my knowledge.
As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind. Illusion shattered. Ha! Ha! Inazuma shines eternal.
Rust and rebuild.
The wind knows me. Time to go.
Solidify! Clouds high. The birds call. One with nature. Ha! Order guide you.
Higher, higher, hands on fire! Huh? Yeah!
The wind knows me.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
I will have order.
Gather!
Odds revealed!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night! Into the wind! Shah!
Cross over! Ha! Ha! Go!
Order guide you. Rise! The wind knows me.
See? Time to go!
One with nature.
Solidify! Gather!
By royal
Clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me.
I will have order.
Higher, higher, hands on fire!
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Order guide you.
Into the wind.
See?
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Time to go.
Solidify!
Oz, reveal!
As one with wind and cloud. The wind knows me.
This isn't good! Cross over!
This is order. Gather!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night into the wind.
By royal decree!
Stabilize! Order guide you!
Higher, higher, hands on fire!
The wind knows me.
Solidify!
Into the wind.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Everyone hold hands. I see everything. Everyone hold hands. Hey! Everyone hold hands.
Taking a stroll in the middle of a downpour certainly route.
I see everything. weather is lovely and warm. Things are about to start getting lively again. Everyone hold hands! Hey! This might hurt a little. If you're not sure what to do next... Quick! I see everything! Hey! The weather is lovely and warm. Things are about to start getting lively again. Everyone hold hands!
There is no escape!
Grow, grow, grow!
The wind knows me.
Commit it to memory! I see everything!
Into the wind!
Yeah! The Temple of Wisdom! Yeah! Hey! Yeah! Yeah! I see everything! Allow me!
One with nature! Ha!
Shine down!
Help!
The wind knows me.
Grow! Yeah! 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 Hey! Everyone hold hands! I see everything! Hey! Everyone hold hands!